G'day, mate. 40 here. So if you were scrolling around Netflix and you're wondering what's the one TV show that best embodies, best exemplifies, best illustrates 40's worldview, it would be American Primeval on Netflix, because it's something that much of my worldview, some of the terminology and the concepts I took from John Mearsheimer and other people, but as someone on the right, I have a fundamentally skeptical view of human nature. Right? I don't want to rely on natural human goodness, kindness, and empathy. I believe that there are situations that create or encourage the release of kindness, goodness, and empathy, but I don't think we should design public policy around reliance on human beings just naturally being kind to each other, particularly with regard to strangers. So instead, I look at us all being in a steel cage together. Hamas, right? Israeli settlers, people from Eastern Europe, people from Southern Africa, right? We're all stuck in an iron cage together, and there's no one who's coming to rescue us. So the best way to survive is to be as strong as possible. Now, when I was talking to Michael on this show, he thought that American Primeval was quite hostile in its portrayal of Mormons, and I don't see that at all. So Mormons are different from other Christians, and so to be different is dangerous, right? The safest place to live is in the middle of the pack. And as someone who grew up a Seventh-day Adventist in Australia, Seventh-day Adventists were very much on the margins of Australian life and were regarded with a great deal of suspicion by other Australians. Jews, wherever they've gone in the world, have tended to be seen as strangers, and most people don't like strangers. And so in this Netflix series, American Primeval, right, Mormons are trying to navigate a world that is generally hostile to them, and to successfully create a safe space for themselves, it might mean that they have to be absolutely brutal to other people. And this is not true for Mormons. It's true for any people that wants to establish a safe place for themselves in an area where there are competing claims. And so just as Israel has had to use some brutality to establish a Jewish state and to protect a Jewish state, so too the Mormons had to use a great deal of brutality to protect themselves and to create a safe state for themselves in Utah. And so in the pursuit of their own self-interest, there was a time and a place for them to be brutal, just as for an employer. There's often a time and a place to speak brutally to an insubordinate employee, right, to put them in their place. There's also a time and a place for compromise, and Utah and the Mormons engaged in a lot of compromise after the scene, after the setting of this particular TV show. So I'm not saying that brutality is always the way to go. I'm saying inevitably, when you're trying to create a safe space for your people, and there are other people with competing claims that would destroy your ability to have a safe space for your own people, that there will likely need to be some use of brutality. And so in this series, you've got all these different groups who are fighting to find their way in the world, trying to make a safe space. Competing claims. And so as one group tries to create a safe space, it inevitably creates unsafe spaces for other groups. And so this, for example, this affects my understanding of international trade. It's not just win-win, as economists typically portray it, but global trade tends to come with pretty definitive winners and losers. And if you care about your people, you care about your nation, you would much rather be a winner than a loser. So survival in a harsh, unforgiving world. I asked Grok to tell me about American Primeval. I told Grok, look, this mirrors my worldview. So tell me, fill out the details on my worldview. And so he points out, number one theme, survival in a harsh, unforgiving world. So Americans are probably more forgiving than other people in the world, and there is more of an emphasis on redemption and second chances in America than pretty much any other place I know. Generally speaking, the world is not a forgiving place. Most of the time, the world is a particularly harsh place. And in America and elsewhere, usually you'll make one choice that will forever shape the rest of your life, right? Your choice of profession and your choice of a spouse, right? That will forever shape the rest of your life. And if you choose badly, you will have a very hard time overcoming that. If you don't make certain good choices in your 20s, it will be much, much harder to get your life in gear in your 30s and beyond. So this show depicts the American West as a landscape of freedom and cruelty. So often the more freedom you have, the more mental illness you have, because with more freedom, people have more of an ability to create their own life. And then if your life is not flourishing, if your life isn't everything that you want it to be, that can be incredibly painful. And so the temptation is to go into a world of fantasy. So I grew up, many of my early years were in foster care, and I would get knocked around, and it was hard for me to trust adults. And so I became sullen and withdrawn. And so when you withdraw, right, you move from one space to another space. So I moved early on as an adaptive strategy, without realizing what I was doing, into a world of fantasy. I withdrew into a world of fantasy because I realized that I could not trust the adults in my life. And so in real life was pain and suffering and beatings. But in my fantasy world, I was a great person. I was a powerful person. I was everything that I was not in the real world. And so this was an adaptive strategy for me initially. And then as I persisted in this strategy into my teens and 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s, it increasingly became a maladaptive prison. Okay, so American Primeval shows life is a constant struggle and that individuals must adapt to brutal realities to endure, and success often comes at a high moral and personal cost. That is how I understand the world. And then I also like how the show avoids clear heroes and villains, right? So there are some areas of my life where I have been heroic. There are other areas of my life where I've been a villain, some areas of my life where I've been strong and brave, and other areas of my life where I've been weak and pathetic and cowardly. And so different situations will bring out different parts of us. And one of the advantages of growing older is that you have a better, clearer understanding of what situations you want to avoid, so that you don't descend into behavior that you will regret or feel embarrassed about. So I like that the show avoids clear-cut heroes and villains. Instead, the show portrays all these violent collisions between different groups who are intent on creating a safe space. But their safe space conflicts with another group's safe space. So you got settlers, you got Native Americans, and I love the portrayal of Native Americans, right? Some of them side with the U.S. military, others side with the Mormon militia, all right? There were different incentives for American Indians, and different American Indians would make different choices, and they were all just trying to survive and create the best life that they could possibly. So sometimes when you have intense competing interests in a very small space where conflict becomes zero-sum, then you tend to get tragedy, right? Different groups, small space, zero-sum conflicts tend to lead to tragedy. Cultural, religious clashes. So different groups tend to have different hero systems. Different groups are more likely to be at each other's throats than when you have a great deal of homogeneity. And I just love the stark realism, right? This informs my worldview. And it's quite different from the worldview of economists, for example. From about ages 18 to 22, I wanted to become an economist when I grew up. And I spent a great deal of my spare time reading about economics. And I flirted with Marxism on the one hand because it just seemed so rhetorically sexy and transgressive, and it was different from how I'd previously led my life. One thing that attracted me to working construction in my late teens and early 20s was that it was a very different world from the one that I had previously experienced as the child of an academic. And so often we get into our teens and our 20s and we want to go in a different direction from our family. So I went into construction and I learned to talk about Marxism, but at the same time, I did most of my reading on free market, University of Chicago style, Milton Friedman style, free market, free trade view of economics, and the UCLA economics department was like the University of Chicago of the West. So I got an education in the benefits of free trade and free markets. And there are important things to learn from the free trade perspective, but there are also important things to learn from outside that perspective. So one of the good insights that I've achieved in the last few years is the importance of genre, right? Put people and groups into their proper genre and you'll be much less likely to become disappointed. So if you don't expect more from economics than what it is equipped to give, you're going to be less disappointed by economics. Economics, for example, is not known for particularly accurate macroeconomic predictions. It's just not something that it can give. But there are areas where economics can contribute. And I just read this fantastic essay by John J. Mearsheimer called War and International Politics. And he builds on this 19th century insight from Clausewitz that war is the continuation of politics by other means. And the aim of war is a political aim. War is just another means that you try to arrive at that aim when you see that other means to get to your aim just simply don't work. And so here's an important difference between mainstream economists and reality. So recognize the genre, the area where mainstream economics can contribute, and then also recognize its limitations. And this is Mearsheimer making the point succinctly, right? Most mainstream economists, meaning overwhelming mainstream economics, maintains that the best way for states to maximize their prosperity is to create an overarching cooperative framework that allows them to compete economically. And my professor at UCLA in microeconomics, I took 2 courses from him, was Russell Roberts. And I heard him interviewed on the virtues of free trade with China on public radio in early 2016. And he said half the reason that he supports free trade with China is that it's good for the Chinese. And as a nationalist, an American nationalist, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Why would an American and someone who I know is quite zealously pro-American, why would the well-being of the Chinese matter to him every bit as much as his own fellow citizens? That just struck me as bizarre, and it's a consequence of the worldview of economics, which does not tend to take national interests into consideration. So economists believe that international institutions that can write and create rules will create free trade and then govern economic intercourse among member states. And so 85% of the world's leading economists in one survey agreed that free trade improves productive efficiency and offers consumers better choices. And in the long run, these gains are much larger than any effects on unemployment. And then we had another survey of many of the same economists. 85% agreed that trade with China makes most Americans better off because they can buy goods that are made or assembled more cheaply in China. And we have a 2018 survey of a different group of leading economists. 80% agreed that trade with China makes most Europeans better off because they can buy goods that are made or assembled more cheaply in China. And so we have Martin Wolf at the Financial Times. I spend $185 a year subscribing to the Financial Times. He is the chief economic commentator at the Financial Times, and he says that this kind of globalization is the integration of economic activity across borders, which can lead to an unparalleled era of peace, partnership, and prosperity, if done right. And this just strikes me as incredibly naive if you regard this as the last word on trade, if you regard this as the definitive perspective. Strikes me as incredibly naive. For example, Great Britain and Germany were each other's leading trade partners prior to the start of World War I. So this notion that free trade is a fantastic way to ensure peace in the world just strikes me as incredibly naive. Whoa, Laponius is back. Oh man, I feel so good right now. My friend is back. When I hear Laponius, I want to be a better man.
And we'll talk to Republican Chairman Michael Whatley and veteran Democrat James Carville. We've all known for a long time that Joe Biden was in no physical condition to run for re-election. That's why the former president avoided the press like the plague. But a new book reveals that the level of outright deception was far greater than many of us suspected. It's by CNN anchor Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson of Axios.
The bottom line is the White House was lying, not only to the press, not only to the public, but they were lying to members of their own cabinet. They were lying to White House staffers. They were lying to Democratic members of Congress, to donors about how bad things had gotten.
But Biden didn't quit the race until that disastrous debate against Donald Trump. Now, Biden confidants were debating whether the president would need to use a wheelchair in a second term because of a degenerative spine, but that it would be political suicide to do it during the campaign, even as his own doctor said that could damage his health. Now, sure, FDR was in a wheelchair, but at that time, the press agreed not to show any photographs that would be unimaginable today. Kamala Harris advisor David Plouffe is so angry that he provided these on-the-record quotes. The campaign was an effing nightmare. Biden effed us. He totally effed us. The book, Original Sin, has unleashed a storm.
So David Plouffe, prior to the election, was talking about polls were showing Kamala Harris in a good position to win. After the election, he admitted at no time did the Kamala Harris campaign have internal polls showing that it was well positioned to win. So if you were listening to Mark Halperin, you would have known for about a year prior to the 2024 election that internal polling showed the Trump campaign and the Democratic presidential campaigns that Donald Trump was ahead in the key swing states. So there are public polls which are much less exact and much less well-funded than internal polls. And the internal polls for a year showed that Donald Trump was in a commanding position to win. And you wouldn't have realized this if you listened to 99.9% of the coverage of the 2024 American presidential campaign. But if you listen to Mark Halperin, right, for a year ahead of the election, right, you would have realized that Donald Trump was in this very strong position to win. So there are times when expertise is useful.
Of criticism.
There's nothing worse than a journalist claiming to uncover something that was obvious to any adult with decent eyesight and decent hearing. Joe Biden's mental and physical condition was in sharp decline, and we all knew it.
Not only did Biden destroy his legacy by staying in the race, he ruined Kamala's too. So Democrats are leaking like crazy to Jake Tapper.
And I have to say, I find everybody now talking to these authors, get out of here. Go home. You're part of the problem. Now you tell us?
Tapper was asked about that point by his CNN colleague, John Berman.
Knowing.
So why didn't the news media say what was obvious? Why didn't the news media show the same skepticism and stating the obvious that Fox News and Newsmax and right-wing talk radio was remarking on for years, that Joe Biden was in significant cognitive decline, better known colloquially by the term senility, because plain talking about the reality of life is politically incorrect. And so the same reason that we can't say publicly in polite company that different groups have different gifts and different groups have different grifts and different groups pose different dangers, and that the combination of different groups has different dangers and challenges and opportunities. So too, people couldn't remark in polite society, people with elite university educations, they couldn't state the obvious that Joe Biden was showing all these signs of senility. So there has never been a society where telling the truth didn't come at an enormous price at times.
Then what I know now, I look back at my coverage during the Biden years, and I did cover some of these issues, but not enough. I look back on it with humility.
The 46th president triggered a new round of criticism when he appeared on The View.
What do you say to those critics?
I say, number one.
And again, Halperin was so valuable here when he pointed out, why is Joe Biden giving all these new interviews? It's because Biden Inc. has run dry. They need money. That's why he's out there. You don't get this perspective from the rest of the news media. Right? It's just such a valuable insight.
That there were still 6 full months.
Wrong. It was just over 3 months. How do you make that mistake? Now, many Democrats are unhappy with the Biden's rehab tour, but Joe Biden, well, he still has his defenders.
All of these folks who are focused on, oh, Biden should go away. Well, how about the guy, and don't blame Biden for Donald Trump being reelected as president. Don't put that on Biden.
Don't put it on Joe Biden? Who else bears the main responsibility for the Democratic wipeout? I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
So Howard Kurtz is pretty centrist. He has a long history somewhere near the political center, fairly fair-minded.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage in this book, and what's made the most headlines is this debate about putting the guy in a wheelchair if he happened to win re-election.
Well, this is all part of a...
Molly Hemingway is pretty brave being this overweight and going on TV all the time.
Book operation.
I mean, we live in the age of Ozempic. I don't understand why someone would do this to themselves.
Where people in the media.
So, I mean, America, Australia, many countries have obesity problems, but overwhelmingly the middle class and the upper class, right, do things to minimize their obesity. So the more affluent areas in America and in Australia, people tend to be quite slim.
Media are saying, well, we didn't know that Biden was in a bad way. It was these people were lying to us and they were keeping us from knowing this information. It really does not pass the smell test. You have more than 100 million Americans who, just looking with their own eyes, listening with their own ears, knew that Biden was in a bad way, actually, even before he ran for office in 2020. So this book launch where they're trying to say, oh, we have explosive details, it's not that explosive to most Americans because we all saw it. And by the way, when people noticed this, they were smeared, they were deplatformed, they were censored, in part by people like Jake Tapper, who mocked and derided people for noticing, and now he's actually trying to make a lot of money off of things that we all saw for many, many years.
Well, I don't agree that he mocked and derided them.
He did it to Laura Trump. He did it to Laura Trump when she talked about it.
I understand.
He said, you are mocking someone with a stutter, and he has yet to apologize to her for that. He also was working for a media outlet that mocked and derided everybody who noticed, who said that we were consuming deep fakes or producing deep fakes when we merely just showed videos of people of what Biden was like.
You heard him say that he looks back in humility, and he...
Yeah, he just starts saying that now, when his initial position that was promoted by his publicist and his publisher, that he was always trying to get to the bottom of the story, but it's only now that he can finally tell the story of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. But it was bleedingly obvious from 2017 onward, as Mark Halperin keeps noting. So mainstream economics has gifts, right? Pretty much everyone you know has certain gifts and has certain situations where they're likely to shine. But everyone comes with limitations, and every perspective comes with limitations. There's no one overarching narrative on reality that is particularly convincing, right? There are some narratives that are more convincing in some situations than others. So mainstream economists, they focus on facilitating economic competition within a fundamentally cooperative worldwide system. But is this how reality works? Do we have a fundamentally cooperative world? No, we don't. Right? Many economic constructs are completely at odds with reality. And so they have a genre, they have a situation and a circumstance where they can be useful, but many of these constructs, we should be aware, are at war with reality, right? How do nation states think and act and make choices to survive in a world that is not fundamentally cooperative? Right? We have a world of international anarchy where war is always a possibility. So security competition, the balance of power, that there is no higher authority that's going to come along and rescue you. All right. These are important for understanding how the world works, and they have no place in conventional economics. So fostering prosperity, not maximizing a state's prospect for survival, is the principal concern of mainstream conventional economics. And economists tend to privilege a state's absolute gains, not its relative gains, which is to say they ignore the balance of power. But survival concerns in the real world will always trump prosperity concerns when those goals are in conflict, because you cannot prosper if you do not survive. Right? Great power relations and minor power relations and mid-power relations are fundamentally competitive at their core. Right? If your spouse is overwhelmingly convinced by evidence that their life would be better without you, right, you're not likely to hang around long. If your employer is increasingly convinced that he'd be better off without you, you're not likely to be employed long, right? These are brutal facts of reality. And economics ignores, right, these balance of power security concerns, and so their constructs come out of something of a fantasy world. Halperin was amazing on this Biden cognitive decline
First few
story.
weeks, months, the perception for most people we know was things are going well. Trump's moving fast. He's getting a lot done. The opposition is extremely weak. The party loyalty is high. And then we had Signalgate and tariffs, and the narrative became, no, there's a bunch of clowns and Trump's doomed and it's all going to go bad. Where are you now in kind of the macro appraisal of how Trump's presidency is going?
Okay, here's a little bit more from this amazing John Mearsheimer essay. So he says that nation states need laws and they need norms to help them interact with one another. And it's those who have the most power who have the most influence on the rules, and they usually design rules for their own benefit. But powerful states and not so powerful states will ignore the rules if they think that following them is at odds with their vital interests. And the same is true for spouses and for employers and employees and everyone you interact with. When it comes to people's vital interests, they will frequently ignore moral norms and ignore the rules. You do not want to be in the way of somebody's vital interests. So these rules are not a meaningful check on war. And yet, in the mainstream media, you often hear about how Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine was illegal. Well, pretty much every war is illegal. The legality of a war is not a particularly important criteria. Now, Putin made a strong case that invading Ukraine was in accordance with international rules, right? So even when states, right, violate international law and violate international norms, they will usually make as strong a case as they can that they are not violating international law, even when it seems obvious that they are. So this is what Putin said just before the invasion of Ukraine. Kyiv in Ukraine has long proclaimed a strategic course on joining NATO. And so what's the problem with Ukraine joining NATO? Isn't NATO a benign force? Isn't NATO all about creating unbelievable levels of love and radical inclusion in the world, from the perspective of some parties, but not so much from the perspective of other parties. So most words simply don't mean anything outside of a particular hero system. So what I understand as freedom comes from my particular hero system. Someone who has a crushing medical problem for which they can't afford medical treatment, and someone who likely believes in, say, more extensive government funding of healthcare that would enable them to get the vital healthcare treatment that they need, right? Their understanding of freedom is going to be quite different from a libertarian or free market understanding of freedom. If you don't have a job, badly need a job, and the free market seems to be screwing you over, right? You're likely going to have a different concept of freedom from people who are advocating for the free market. So I find words like freedom simply don't mean anything unless you understand the particular hero system that they're speaking from. So NATO, right? Beautiful NATO. Why could anyone care about Ukraine joining NATO? Well, we would all be more effective in life, I suspect, or most of us would be, if we were a little more empathic for other people's point of view and try considering things from Russia's point of view. Think about all the prominent Americans who called for regime change in Russia, right? No wonder Putin would consider this an existential threat, right? So Joe Biden, in March 2022, he said, for God's sake, Putin cannot remain in power. John Bolton, former national security advisor under Donald Trump, in October 2022, in a CBS News interview, he says Putin must go. Michael McFaul, former ambassador to Russia, Obama administration official, he's quite loud on social media, and he keeps calling for overthrowing the Putin regime. Now, he doesn't usually explicitly advocate that, but it's a little more hidden. But the upshot of his critique is that Putin must go. Victoria Nuland, career diplomat, former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, right? She keeps calling for regime change in Russia. This is not the Russia we wanted, right? We wanted to see a Russia that was oriented towards the West. Then you have Lindsey Graham saying that Putin must be removed. Hillary Clinton said that Putin essentially must go. Anthony Blinken Secretary of State under Joe Biden, right, didn't directly call for regime change, but supported policies aimed at weakening Putin's grip on power. And Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor under Joe Biden, right, he avoided explicit regime change language, but he would talk about Russia's strategic failures in Ukraine, and it was understood by people in Russia as trying to destabilize Putin's regime. And so when you have a major strategic adversary trying to engage in regime change, right, that's going to feel like an existential threat. So that's where Russia and Putin are coming from. And pretty much any other leader of Russia is going to be more hawkish than Putin. It's going to be more brutal than Putin. So this is Vladimir Putin 3 days before he invaded Ukraine. He says Kyiv, the big city in Ukraine, has long proclaimed a strategic course on joining NATO. Each country is entitled to pick its own security system and to enter into military alliances. There'd be no problem with that if it were not for one but. International documents expressly stipulate the principle of equal and indivisible security, which includes obligations not to strengthen one's own security at the expense of the security of other states. Well, you cannot strengthen your own group and your own security except at the expense of other states, right? So the choice of pathways towards ensuring security should not pose a threat to other states, whereas Ukraine joining NATO is a direct threat to Russia's security, right? You can understand that. And so from that perspective, this was a fight for his regime's national survival. And when people are fighting for their vital interests, right, they're not going to pay a great deal of attention to moral laws and norms. Right, there's some funny bits on Saturday Night Live last night, the last show of the season. So the white host, Colin Jost, and the black host of the news update, Michael Shea, swapped jokes, and they didn't read, supposedly, the jokes before they delivered them. So here we go. We've got the white guy, Colin Jost, saying, CBS has premiered the first hour-long daytime soap opera with a predominantly black cast. It will air when black people are home from work, 24 hours a day. Whew! That's pretty edgy. CBS has premiered the first half-hour-long daytime soap opera. Okay. Movie theaters are trying to stop teenagers from screaming and throwing popcorn during the Minecraft scene with the chicken jockey because some of us are trying to masturbate. I haven't been that excited since I saw a white woman's drink unattended. Okay, that was Michael Shea, the black guy, saying that joke. Colin Jost. New study finds that the hoots and grunts of bonobos, they're chimpanzees, show signs of complex thought similar to human language. Oh, so like that Super Bowl halftime show? Okay, these are pretty good jokes. And then the black guy comes on. He says, when Colin Jost discovered me, I was selling crack outside the Bronx Zoo. Now look at me. I'm selling crack outside the American Girl doll store. Some psychologists say adults can reduce stress by returning to a childhood hobby, which is why I returned to my favorite childhood hobby, topping off priests with my pretty little mouth. Okay, there's quite a bit of edgy, subversive, and politically incorrect humor I noticed on this season of Saturday Night Live.
The reason I spend so much time talking about this is I care about the media, and I want there to be two strong political parties in the country. And most of the people trying to hold the media accountable for the biggest media scandal in American history, as I call it, are on the right. Jason Miller, who works for President Trump, he tweets about this all the time. He highlights the lack of credibility on this issue. There are other people on the right who do it. That's not good enough, okay? Byron York, very smart guy, writes for the conservative Washington Examiner. He wrote this morning in his newsletter on this issue of the press's dealing with their failures on Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Understanding the press's handling of then-President Joe Biden's obvious physical and mental infirmity is probably more a matter for psychologists than for media and analysts. There's some truth to that, because understanding why the media not only failed before but continues to fail, I think does involve a lot about human nature and psychology. I'm no expert in those areas, but I do know a fair amount about the media, so we'll talk about that. Eric Erickson, another person on the right, he wrote in his newsletter, now that Joe Biden has lost, the truth can be told except for the part of the press's own complicity in the cover-up. I couldn't agree more. The people in the media now who are writing about this book are ignoring the media's own role in it. And that's a vital part of what happened, and it's extremely important. Eric writes also, had Joe Biden somehow gotten reelected, the press would right now still deny his decline. I think that's true.
Okay, a good rejoinder in the chat. It seems to me that proportionally as many rabbis were interfering with children as priests, and yet you almost never get jokes about rabbis diddling kids in the news media. It's only jokes about priests. I remember in 2001, 3 different Orthodox rabbis in Los Angeles were convicted of sexual relations with children. So I have just fallen in love with AI over the past 2 months, and I just found a thrilling new way to use AI. You can upload different books and essays and say, hey, judge this particular essay or this particular book by the standards of this other book or essay. And it is so much fun. All right, that's my idea of fun anyway. I guess it's not going to be everyone's idea of fun.
It's an incredible statement, but I think it's true. And if Fox News had treated a Republican president's decline the way MSNBC treated Biden's, CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Brian Stelter, who writes for CNN about the media, and Oliver Darcy, who writes his own media newsletter, and the rest of the media's appointed accountability voices would demand accountability. But the press will give MSNBC a pass because progressives will protect progressives. That's the view on the right, that the media is still covering up their failures in exposing what was obviously true to the tens of millions of people in the country because they wanted to protect, as my psychologist had, they wanted to protect Joe Biden because they didn't want to help Donald Trump win, and because they are just in general biased towards Democrats, and in part because they were threatened by the Biden White House and the Biden campaign that they shouldn't write about this or talk about it, okay? The press is failing again. They failed on this story. They fail on a lot of stories related to Donald Trump too, but I'm talking about this one because right now it's an opportunity that's being missed. Read anything, New York Times, Washington Post, watch cable news on the liberal networks. They're not talking with accountability about the press's failure. What's happening now is not just a failure of Jake Tapper. We'll talk about Jake Tapper because he wrote the book or co-wrote the book, but he's representative of the entire mindset of my colleagues, which is to blame Joe Biden for what happened and to blame other Democrats for not speaking out. There's a few Democrats like Ro Khanna, a congressman from California, who's being honest and saying, look, I didn't see a lot of in private of Joe Biden, the decline, but it was obvious. And the party should have asked him, insisted that he step down and not be the candidate earlier than they did. But he's a pretty rare exception. So you've got the Democrats, or the media rather, blaming Joe Biden and the Democrats for being silent. And you've got the Democrats, the elected officials, for the most part, blaming Joe Biden.
So the most subversive professor of constitutional law of whom I am aware is Josh Blackman. He writes at the Volokh blog at Reason Magazine. And this is what he wrote on Friday about the Supreme Court. All right, the past 24 hours have been a Rorschach test for the Supreme Court. What lesson should lower court judges take away? In cases of perceived emergencies, forget all the rules and just make stuff up. When the executive branch takes such actions, we call it an autocracy, but when the courts do it, we call it the rule of law. So the rule of law tends to be equated in elite discourse with the rule of judges. All right, so I had a lot of fun playing around with AI on Saturday night, and I asked AI, for example, to analyze Nathan Kopness's essay, MAGA Communism and the End of America, the Right Stupidity Has Reached a Tipping Point, to analyze this essay using the insights from John Mearsheimer's new essay on war and international relations. And it makes the point that John Mearsheimer's core claim, right? Survival is a prerequisite for prosperity. Survival trumps economic concerns in an anarchic system, right? You cannot get more logically sound in that. So from a realistic point of view, you don't have global authority. So nation states must prioritize security to avoid conquest or coercion. So survival concerns must override economic gains when they conflict, right? States must care about relative power because a rival's gain likely threatens their own security, even if they both prosper. So it's this competitive, brutal nature of reality that I think most economic models miss, right? So individuals and groups and nation states, right, they must put survival first, and they must recognize that when their rivals become more powerful, their survival is threatened. And I was stimulated to go down this line of thinking because I was listening to somebody who I quite enjoy, Senor. He wrote a book on Israel's amazing economy, and he hosts a podcast called Call Me Back, which focuses largely on Israel and its security concerns. And he was asked to give the State of World Jewry address at the 92nd Street Y. And this is a big annual speech where famous Jews are called in to give a State of World Jewry address. And you never hear them come in and saying, we've got it really good, because there is no incentive, financial or status or popularity wise, with saying that we've got it really good, we should be grateful, right? There's no status for anyone looking to rise up in popularity within their own group to talk about how good their own group has got it and how we should employ more empathy for outsiders. So my first thought when I hear something like the State of World Jewry is compared to whom? And there's zero of that perspective in this address or in almost any address that I've heard from the 92nd Street Y and the State of World Jewry. So Jews have their problems, Jews have their challenges, Jews have their threats, but overall, who's got it better, right? Jews enjoy unbelievable levels of prosperity and influence and security in the United States compared to anything they have ever previously experienced. They largely have the United States on Israel's side. Jews, for all their problems, we stand in an incredibly privileged and blessed and fortunate position, right? And I would think that that should be the framework for any discussion about the State of World Jewry, but there's no incentive for making that case, right? Because every group wants to hear about how it's being persecuted, how it is unfairly maligned, how it is mistreated, and how it needs to fight back and increase its own in-group identity. But something happens when you increase your own in-group identity. You'll naturally then have less empathy for outgroups, which will then cause you to treat outgroups with some callousness, which will often in turn create blowback against your group, which will increase feelings of persecution on the side of your in-group. So this is Dan Senor's address, which stimulated much of my thinking over the past few days.
So you're going to say something optimistic tonight. We need optimism. And I said...
That's meant ironically, because all the incentives are to say, oy vey. All the incentives are to say how tough we have it, how unfairly we are treated. And ethnic activists are strongly incentivized to develop in their listeners and in their adherents and in their followers like pre-trauma syndrome, pre-traumatic syndrome, because that increases in-group identity. That increases cohesion and trust within the in-group. And that's why ethnic groups and in-groups, right, tend to pay people to tell them how bad they have it and how unfairly they are treated.
I thought to myself, I can do like Jewish optimism. Which is, you know, when someone says, things could not get any worse, the Jewish optimist says, yes, they can.
So think about how this speech would be received by a thoughtful, neutral non-Jews, neither pro-Jewish or anti-Jewish, but is aware that for at least 800 years, your average Jew has lived more prosperously and has enjoyed a higher quality of life than the non-Jews around them. Right? So this oy vey, woe is us, is often very effective for gaining popularity within your in-group, but to the disinterested outsider will strike them as ungrateful and removed from reality.
I actually will get to optimism. My friend and teacher, Rabbi David Ingber, asked me to give this talk to the state.
And the road to optimism, inevitably in these types of talks, is to increase in-group identity, to increase in-group commitment, and to bewail that most Jewish philanthropy in the United States goes to non-Jews. 90% supposedly goes to non-Jews. Let's direct more towards Jewish causes.
Of world Jewry, and in typical Jewish fashion, I am going to change the question and refashion it. Instead of being the state of world Jewry, I'm going to talk about the state of world Jewries. In fact, the two largest Jewries, the two largest Jewish communities in the world, Israel and the United States. And we consider these questions.
So the context is Israel is the most powerful nation state in the Middle East, has the most powerful military, and Jews are the most powerful group in the United States, and Israel is the most powerful group in the Middle East. That's the context.
At a precarious time.
Okay, a precarious time. Every time is precarious, right? He's going to say that Jews live in a precarious time because Kanye West released a new song called Hail Hitler. Kanye West's new song is unlikely to change the position of Jews in the world. All right. No group is immune from changing situations and from the nature of reality that different groups have different interests and we're all locked in an iron cage together. But all the incentives are for ethnic activists is to say, woe is me for my group.
In American Jewish history. Consider just this past week, Kanye West, world-famous rapper, released a new song called Hail Hitler. The lyrics, these people took my kids from me, then they froze my bank account, and it closes with a Hitler speech. A mile from here, on Columbia's campus, students and outside agitators invaded the Butler.
And the context should be, we Jews have never been more powerful, more influential, and more secure in the world.
Library, donning keffiyehs, screaming Intifada revolution. Also in the past week or so, Harvard released a report that detailed pervasive anti-Semitism at the university, much of which began long before October 7th. Unless we pretend this is only a problem on campus, we should remember that since October 7th, it seems like every day there's another Charlottesville-style march in predominantly Jewish neighborhoods, in Teaneck, Pico Rock.
Yes, different groups have different gifts, and different groups have different interests, and those interests tend to clash. Right? That should be the framing for these remarks. So life is inherently competitive. Right? Two men will compete for the same woman to marry the same woman. Two people will compete for the same job. Two businesses will compete for the same contract. Right? Life is often harsh. Life is often competitive, and life is often zero-sum. So Nathan Kofnas often writes about Trump's MAGA movement is populist, true. Anti-elite, true. That has elements of nationalism and socialism, true, which he labels MAGA communism, which I think is a rhetorical flourish and inaccurate. So from Kofnas' perspectives, Trump's tariffs and isolationist policies stem from a low IQ anti-intellectual base that rejects free trade and globalization in favor of a nostalgic return to a manufacturing-based economy. So this aligns with John Mearsheimer's view that politics is a contact sport where intense disagreements over fundamental values fuel bitter disputes. But Mearsheimer's realist lens suggests that Nathan's dismissal of Trump's policies as stupid or driven by ignorance may oversimplify the motivations. All right, political leaders should prioritize security and survival, and they will therefore have to act in ways that pursue national interests, even if these actions violate economic logic or international norms. So you can, I think, more appropriately understand Trump's tariffs and American First rhetoric as a response to domestic political pressure, such as working class discontent, and as a strategic attempt to enhance American economic sovereignty in a multipolar world where China and Russia challenge American dominance. So Nathan Kofnas argues that Trump's protectionist policies and isolationist foreign policy halts the American economic juggernaut, right? And Mearsheimer would, and realists such as myself, would say that Trump's moves reflect a realist calculation to bolster national power by reducing reliance on foreign economies, even at the cost of short-term economic efficiency. So on the one hand, you have this dominant elite perspective that we should begin with certain economic models, and we should then align and secure policy around these abstract economic models of economic efficiency. That seems to be the dominant elite perspective. And my perspective and the Trumpian perspective is that we should first ask, what type of society do we want? And then tailor our economic and social policies around the type of society we want, such as society with high cohesion, higher levels of social trust, better odds of survival, something that is more aligned with putting American interests first. So the realists, such as myself, John Mearsheimer, we look at the international system and we look at life in general as frequently anarchic. Frequently, there is no higher authority to protect nation states, and that forces every nation state to prioritize its own survival. And the best way to do that is to become as powerful as possible. And when one nation state becomes more powerful, that then threatens the security of other nation states. So Nathan Coffness argues that Trump's tariffs will disrupt the international system, will disrupt Pax Americana, and will disrupt the US-led rules-based international order that ensures global stability, free trade, and cooperation. And he says this will crash the stock market, it will cause stagflation, it will alienate allies, it will weaken the anti-woke right globally, and it will pave the way for left-wing backlash in a more chaotic world. So from a realist perspective, that national survival and national interests trump international law and international norms. So limited wars, John Mearsheimer, tend to escalate into absolute wars. And so just the mere existence of this war in Ukraine, right, dramatically increases the odds of a bigger war and horrible things happening, such as nuclear bombs going off. And so as long as Russia and Ukraine are fighting, all right, the world is a less peaceful, more dangerous place, right? And the world has become dramatically more dangerous over the past 3 years, in large part due to this conflict in Ukraine. So nationalism tends to fuel hyper-nationalism during conflicts, pushing states towards more and more extreme measures. And nations will tend to retaliate, and so we will have spirals of conflict. And as military conflicts become more intense, the military will tend to have more and more power instead of civilians, because militaries will always prefer decisive victories rather than limited battles.
Robertson, Crown Heights, and instead of holding tiki torches, they're masked. It seems like every week, another viral podcaster finds some excuse to blame the Jews, traffic in Holocaust denial, and slander Israel, which is exactly what New Yorker.
So the more powerful, influential, successful any group becomes, all right, the more likely it will get detractors. Just as if you become more successful, more powerful, and more wealthy, right, you're sticking your head more and more higher and higher above the parapet, and you'll get more and more criticism and more detractors. So let's bring fan favorite Michael back to the show. Michael, what's going on, bro?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Pretty good.
How you doing,
bro.
40?
Pretty good.
Cool. So, yeah, I actually heard Destiny on C-SPAN this morning. Isn't that funny?
Maybe funny, but he has many ways of being. So he can go lowbrow and brutal in a way that you would not speak if you're a TV pundit. But he's a very intelligent man, and I think he could fit in perfectly acceptably in more elite discourse and on CNN or any cable channel. So I I don't think it's funny because I have so much respect for his intellect and his ability to code switch.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of funny, or sorry, not funny, but interesting, because the segment was on alternative media, and Destiny is whatever else you say about him, he could be a representative of alternative media, and it was just like an ironic clashing of worlds, C-SPAN and Destiny, and also a guy named
C-SPAN. I misheard and thought CNN, but yeah, that's fascinating. But I'm glad he was on. But yeah, tell me more.
Yeah, and also a guy called Brad Palumbo was on there, who he was like representing the center right, and I think I've heard of him. And so Destiny made the point that I thought you might agree with. It almost sounded like you talking. He said that the problem with alternative media is that people kind of get siloed in their little niche, and people tune into this creator because they want to hear the Trump MAGA stuff, and they listen to that creator because they want to hear the liberal view. And he can always predict what he's going to hear before he even tunes in, which is ironic because you would think alternative media was supposed to be like the opposite of that.
Right. But there are just so many rewards for conforming to one particular worldview and fueling that worldview. It reduces conflict. It is just easier. It's good for ratings. It is good for economic returns. It's just the rewards of presenting one perspective consistently on a channel seem to push people in that direction.
It's true. It's true. Like I told you, I posted a clip of when we were talking about Jordan Peterson the other day. It was the most hated thing I've ever posted on my channel because you were speaking very intelligently about your Jordan Peterson, but it tended to be kind of a negative take on him. And if you're talking about a conservative audience, which I guess is what's tuning into my channel, they just said, Jordan Peterson, good. And this guy, what he's saying is bad. So I don't like that. And, but people watched, they were engaged, but they did not like it.
So if you expend a little bit of effort, you can usually understand why people do what they do. And people usually respond to incentives. And so the business model for journalism has largely been about two things: obtaining a select high-income audience. And so the journalism business is largely catered to the middle and upper classes as opposed to the working class, because the higher income your audience, the more you can charge for advertising. And then the other incentive is to get as many customers, viewers, readers as possible. And so to do that, you want to present a perspective that is going to be acceptable to advertisers. And advertisers don't like edgy perspectives, right? They want something that's relatively anesthetized, that is safe. And so the news, as has traditionally been promulgated through mainstream outlets, has primarily been what bureaucratic regimes release, and then commentary on that. So the NFL is a bureaucratic regime, the weather is a bureaucratic regime, the government is a bureaucratic regime, and you don't get sued for talking about what bureaucracies release. And so the mainstream media and its presentation of news, it is just it's so antiseptic compared to reality. It's just so tame compared to reality. It is just so artificial compared to reality. It's just so aligned with our most powerful institutions as compared to reality. And so when you understand the financial incentives, now we have more and more news that is subsidized by subscribers, and people who subscribe to a news outlet aren't primarily subscribing for news. They're primarily subscribing to get their worldview reinforced. So now we have outlets such as the New York Times that have become increasingly perhaps ideological, because they now have customers who want their worldview reinforced. So the type of news that is primarily financially supported by advertising is going to tend to be fairly even-handed and optimistic. And the type of news that is primarily subsidized by subscriptions is going to support a particular ideological conception of reality with a great deal of doom to incentivize people to subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting because you would think about, like, I can think of independent creators that aren't necessarily like that. For example, Glenn Greenwald would be an example where he is saying a lot of things that resonate with conservatives, that resonate with me, but then it's like, oh, look over here. He's actually has a different take on foreign policy, or he's going to contradict Trump here and there. So he's a good example. So there is an audience out there, and I guess your audience for sure would be similar, where it's like they're probably mostly conservative, but they're not such like blockheads that they can't deal with hearing something a little bit nuanced.
Yeah, when I asked Grok to tell me some pundits who are not primarily about self-advancement and just obviously promoting themselves, and the two that Grok named that I remember were Glenn Greenwald and Tom Sowell.
Interesting. I can't say much about Tom Sowell. I think I've heard him praised to high heaven so many times, more than I've actually heard him speak or read him. But yeah, Glenn Greenwald would definitely be one of them. I don't know if you can think of any others, just for a kind of thought experiment. But and then there's commentators that kind of, they try to be that, but they're actually not smart enough. They're better off just repeating whatever is happening with conservatives. Like Tim Pool, for example, he tries to affect the demeanor of the big brain centrist, but every time he deviates from like the basic conservative position, it's always in the most brain dead kind of way. Like he chooses to object at the exact wrong time when he has no point and it makes no sense.
Yeah, Tim Pool is just such low IQ commentary. I just can't stand it. But someone who I've come to appreciate just over the past few months is called Batya Ungar-Sargon, and she is a Marxist, or claims to come from a Marxist perspective. But I read her two books. She wrote a book on the working class, and she wrote a book on the news media. And she wrote both books trying to understand, in large part, her own Trump derangement syndrome. So initially, when Trump was elected, she just hated everything about Donald Trump. But then she went out and started talking to Trump supporters, and she's come around so that she's a left-wing proponent of MAGA. And she says things consistently that I would not have thought of, that surprised me. And there is a quality of analysis there that I find valuable, and it doesn't strike me as primarily about her own advancement, because she's lost all of her friends because she doesn't hate Donald Trump anymore. And Alan Dershowitz, he's also lost almost all of his friends because he doesn't have Trump derangement syndrome. So people who are willing to pay that enormous price of essentially losing all your friends, they are so courageous and so strong and so convicted of something beyond their own interests. They're obviously not acting in their own interests if they're going against the wishes of all their friends, that they command my respect and attention.
Funny you should say that. Alan Dershowitz was also on C-SPAN this morning. Yeah, I was listening. I was tuning into his podcast on YouTube, and then I'm like, you know what? Let me switch to something else. And I went to C-SPAN. I'm like, here he is again. This guy's everywhere. But he's a great example too of a relatively independent thinker who's willing to say something that would annoy perhaps a Trump voter, although let's be honest, he is appealing to Trump voters. Not to say that he's pandering to them, but just what he happens to be saying the last few years kind of resonates with Trump supporters. But, you know, for example, the other day, he's like, you know, I don't really think that suspending habeas corpus is going to pass muster. Probably not a good idea. So he's willing to contradict the Trump administration. Not as though contradicting Trump is like an end in itself, because then that's how you get, once again, like the Tim Pool category, where they put themselves out there to be like contrarian on an issue without having the requisite critical thinking skills to actually pull it off.
So, yes, Dershowitz and Batya are still authentically voices from the center or the center left. They haven't given up on many of their priorities. They just see that MAGA and Donald Trump better at times, or may have the possibility of better working towards the ends that they advocate. But I'm in awe of people with the courage to say things that will cost them all of their friends, because I've experienced that. I have lost so many friends when I have published an opinion that was unpopular, that went against my friends, and I just know from firsthand how painful that is, and how often it has happened to me. And I have a kind of awe when someone like a Dennis Prager says, "I've never lost a friend," and it's like, wow. I don't know. Do you have any firsthand experience with loss of friendships because you didn't go along with the popular perspective?
I mean, I think people wouldn't even become friends with me in the first place if they were like sensitive leftists who are going to get triggered. And I don't even I don't talk politics usually with people in real life, so to speak. But so I can't really say that I've experienced. What I've experienced is that people just kind of like catch my vibe that I'm not a liberal, and therefore they just have some kind of like vague animosity towards me. I'm familiar with that. I'm not really familiar with losing a friend, actually.
And what kills me is people get reprimanded at work. So one thing that kills me is how the news media and discourse always conflates migrant with illegal immigrant versus legal immigrant, right? To me, there's all the difference in the world, but illegal immigrants tend to be called migrants because nobody is quote unquote illegal. And it's just a crazy framing, right? There is consensual sex and there is rape. They are both acts of sex, right? But the news media doesn't say man sentenced to 5 years in prison for having sex, right? It's like man sentenced 5 years for raping someone. And so if you simply oppose illegal immigration, you're very likely to be castigated by your employer or your co-workers as being anti-immigrant. And being anti-illegal immigrant is not anti-immigrant any more than being anti-rape is being anti-sex. There is consensual, legitimate, moral sex, and there is clearly immoral, heinous sex, right? Rape is horrible, it's heinous, it's illegal, and being anti-rape doesn't mean that you're anti-sex. And being opposed to illegal immigration is not being opposed to migrants. And even if you are, let's say you are anti-illegal immigration, that doesn't mean that you can't enjoy good quality relations with illegal immigrants in your life, right? We don't have to impose our worldview, but people will get reprimanded at work. They'll be called in by HR, by the boss, and told, look, I'm a migrant, and your post on social media against illegal immigration offended some legal migrants here in this workplace, and they'll just be caught on the carpet. And I think it's horrible.
Well, I think if you're a conservative or you're just like a Trump voter and you're just a run-of-the-mill guy, you're not a commentator, and you express yourself, you tend to step in it because you don't say things very precisely. You just kind of express a visceral emotion. And my opinion is that's when people tend to get in trouble because it might be offensive to somebody. But back to Tim Pool, and then I'll hang up in a few minutes. But so let me flesh that out a little bit. Let me give you an example. So Tim Pool was talking about, I heard you talking about the Kanye song. Mm-hmm. So Tim Pool's take is that the song, I won't say the name of it, Kanye West's new song, is actually not like anti-Semitic per se. It's more like Kanye West was mad at a few individuals, and then on his song, he's expressing his frustration with those particular individuals. But people are misinterpreting this as being anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, literally the lyrics say, I'm fully anti-Semitic. Like that's literally in the lyrics. And it is what it is, but it seems that Tim Pool wants to keep Kanye West on like the conservative reservation. Like he loves the idea that there's a rapper who likes Trump. But how does he reconcile that with the fact that anti-Semitism is not something that is going to be expressed in conservative media.
Also, words are not co-equal with reality. I love the song Imagine, and I disagree with every word in that song. But there's something about the combination of the words with the music that creates a feeling in me that just feels good. And so I haven't heard the new song, but it might make you feel good. And even if let's just posit that the lyrics, they sound quite anti-Jewish, doesn't mean that people are going to go out there and do anti-Jewish things any more than if people read from the Pentateuch, they're going to go out there and punish Egyptians. There's not this immediate reciprocity between words and behavior. And so songs are inherently targeting the emotions, and they are not literal. But even if it was a literal blog post or social media exclamation by Kanye West, it doesn't mean that it's going to lead to a whole bunch of horrible things in reality. So yeah, occasionally nasty words do lead to nasty behavior, but just as often, no, far more often, there is no connection between nasty words and nasty behavior.
Sure, and that harkens back to the whole, in the 1990s, the parental advisory sticker on CDs or tapes back then, and that whole debate. But I still just think it's funny. And Michael Knowles had another take on the new Kanye West song. He said, well, if you listen to the first verse, he's saying, I'm so angry and people took my children and now I'm the villain. And then what follows in the chorus, well, he's saying that those are bad thoughts because he said he's the villain. So therefore he actually believes the contrary.
Yeah, so it just reminds me that if you want revolutionary perspectives and innovative art, you often have to give the artists more room than you'd give other people. For example, I have the soul of a poet, and so you cannot hold me accountable to the same moral standards that you would hold non-poets, because my soul is just deeper, richer, and more complicated. So if you want the benefits of my poetry, right, America going forward is going to have to be a country that sells poetry to other countries because we no longer do manufacturing. But artists such as myself and Kanye, we need to be held accountable to a completely different moral code, because it's only with that degree of freedom that you are going to get our innovative and revolutionary poetry and insights. You can't hold everyone to the same standard. You need to give artists a little bit more room, because yeah, they will say some bad things, and bad things are bad. But when you have remember Everson Walls, right? He was a Dallas Cowboy cornerback in the early 1980s, and he got a ton of interceptions, and he was not fast, but he would gamble. And sometimes Everson Walls would get an interception, and then other times people would catch the ball and break it for a touchdown. And so you have to take the good with the bad, right? You may get a girlfriend who is fantastic at hand jobs, but she's lousy at blow jobs. I've broken a lot of big stories on my blog, but I've also made some heinous mistakes. And so I try to do more good than harm, but I've often operated out where the buses don't run no more, out beyond the realm of the conventional morality. And sometimes I've done bad things, sometimes good things. But if you're going to judge me for the bad things that I've done when I was operating out where the buses don't run no more, I was just like Everson Wall. I was taking risks for the ball, and sometimes I would intercept it and I'd return it for a touchdown. And then other times I would miss and the receiver would catch it and run it for a touchdown. So please, you got to weigh up the good and the bad. I am not a fan of Kanye, but I'm told he's done some great music, and the price of being experimental, innovative, and brave is that you will operate outside the realms of normal moral behavior and you'll make some bad choices.
Well, Kanye is definitely testing the limits of artistic license, and it's just funny to see people contort themselves into pretzels to try to keep him on serving conservatism, which he's clearly lost. He's clearly left the reservation. So that's kind of my take. But thanks, 40, for having me on.
Okay,
appreciate
bro.
it, buddy.
Take care, bro. Right. So it reminds me of the comment. What do you call the one black guy in a room full of conservatives? The keynote speaker. And so there are some people on the right who will just twist themselves into pretzels to valorize the black guy who they think might be on their side. But people don't respect the needy. Right? I was often wondering as I went through life, why don't people treat me with more respect? And the primary answer was that I was like way too vulnerable and disclosing way too many negative things about myself. For example, I put an analysis from a psychiatrist on my blog saying that I had narcissistic personality disorder. And now pretty much any time you get some commentary about myself from Grok or Wikipedia, etc., or mention admitted narcissist, someone with an admitted personality disorder. And I look at people who are much more savvy with what they disclose, and I think I should learn from them. And why have I disclosed too much? Why have I made myself too vulnerable? Because I was trying to rush into intimacy. It was coming from a place of neediness. It wasn't just I was a creature of light, descending from the heavens, spreading, God's love to as many people as possible. I was emotionally needy, and so I was rushing to try to, connect with people. And some ways that I found to connect with people really quickly was to disclose, intimate things about myself. And then I would typically disclose so much that people would gossip and they would say, quite negative things about me. So I was reading an essay, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love LA. And the writer says, I spent many tedious hours in LA traffic wondering about social norms. Why does everyone else act the way they do? Why does everyone care about how they look? Why care about what other people think? Why care about anything? And many of the people that she was with had flawless Instagram grids, and they had sophisticated tastes for interior decoration. And when they talked about fashion, they used phrases like vertical line. They didn't set goals, they manifested. And one thing that she noticed about her peers in LA is that they were very skilled in self-presentation. And so because this particular writer is surrounded by people who struggled, she barely caught a glimpse of people who were thriving. So here's the insight. Every time you meet a new person, you teach them with the cadence of your voice, the straightness of your back, the style of your clothes, the stories that you tell, how you expect to be treated. And the painful truth is that I have taught people to treat me with contempt. Don't like to admit it. I don't like being treated with contempt, but I have educated people how to treat me. And you have educated people how to treat you. So every time you meet someone, you teach them with the cadence of your voice, with your posture, your clothes, stories you tell, how you expect to be treated. And a normal, healthy person learns from this how to present themselves in an effective way. And if you post photos of yourself in wholesome surroundings where you're looking good, right, and you are communicating with your social media posts a certain presentation of yourself, that will have an effect on how people treat you. So there was a famous book, I think published in 1956 by the sociologist Irving Goffman, right? The presentation of self in everyday life, right? So we don't have this innate psychological essence. We're an actor and we play various roles in various scenes. And sometimes we're backstage and sometimes we're front stage. And I have gotten into trouble so often with my main character energy, right? I have had way too much narcissism over the course of my life, and in too many interactions, I have seen myself as the main character when I was really a backstage character. And so I've gotten into trouble at work, right? I would rebel at work. I would question the boss. I would treat him with contempt, treat the teacher with contempt, and that didn't work out well for me. So in Los Angeles, you'll see many of the more smooth and effective people, manifesting, right? Because they recognize the simple truth. You tell people how you expect them to treat you. And for the most part, people treat you the way that you educate them to treat you. And when you truly expect good things, right, you communicate that in the way that you carry yourself. And when you meet new people, you expect that they'll live up to this expectation. If they don't, you'll just dismiss them. So in LA, if you're beautiful, successful, you will likely have access to a constant parade of new parties, new dinners, new coffee chats, new dates, new clubs, and you'll have this perpetual stream of new people to make a new impression on, right? So every stranger is a casting director, constantly auditioning each new acquaintance for a new role in their life, all right? Some people are casting for a hero, some people are casting for a victim. So I would go to a party with 100 people and I would find, particular women who would be easy to get into bed. And so the writer says she went to a club in West Hollywood with a new group of friends. And there was this one girl, Natalie, who was just very open. She was the only girl in a group of all boys, none of whom she was dating. And when the writer was leaving the club, she discovered this girl passed out in the women's bathroom. She was limp. She was unconscious, right? She'd gone from sober and chatty to wasted and passed out in minutes, right? She was likely drugged. So she was carried off to urgent care. So some people are just way too naive, right? She had no idea, this drug girl, what exactly happened. So why her? Because people recognize, predators recognize prey. And I had a girlfriend who said, you pick simple girls and you play with their hearts and you manipulate them. Ouch. And when I was reading a book on sex and love addiction, it said that the sex and love addict manipulates everyone in his life to meet his addictive needs. So if you got someone with an out of control addiction in their life and they're not in recovery, right, they are going to try to manipulate you to meet their addictive needs, right? So predators recognize prey, right? Predators recognize who's going to be easy to prey on. People don't like to use more information, more effort than they have to get what they want. So I've often, shown that I want to be prey or I want to be predator, right? Some situations I've been predator, some situations I've been prey. And there are a lot of secrets you probably have to keep from other people, most people, particularly when you first meet them, so that they don't treat you as prey, right? When you are vulnerable, when you are authentic, when you are honest and upfront, when you destigmatize your trauma, the way that many encourage you to do, you're advertising to other people to treat you badly. When you mention that you had a mother or a father or a relative who abused you, or an ex who abused you, or a landlord or an employer who abused you, many other people will hear, well, he got away with that abusive behavior, why can't I? Right? If we present ourselves as wounded deer, unable to protect ourselves, right? If we present ourselves, as I often have, as perpetually separated from the happy herd by my wounds, then I will attract people who are going to be prey. So there's a memorable scene in the TV show Mad Men where Don Draper, the lead character, tells a distraught Peggy in a hospital bed, this never happened. It will shock you how much it never happened. So LA's plastic artifice is not just vanity, it is also a great equalizer. In the fakest city in the world, you too can cast yourself as someone only good things happen to. So there's a time and a place to be open and honest, such as in therapy, in a 12-step program, and with good people. But if you are consistently treated as prey, if people are treating you with more disrespect than you deserve, if you consistently disclose too much, for example, you shouldn't disclose at work or in social settings anything that you would not want people gossiping about. Think about this. Think about if you're going through life advertising that you are prey.
He shouldn't have run. He shouldn't have covered up his decline. And then you've got the Biden team blaming the press and the Democrats, right? So it's a circle of blame. And I know it's human nature. When you've done something wrong or you're being accused of doing something wrong, what a lot of people do is rather than say, you know what, let me be introspective. Let me think, is this true? Maybe I need to do a hard thing and admit not just a single failure, but years of systematic failure. But human nature for a lot of people is, let me blame someone else. So the press blames the Democrats and Biden. The Democrat office holders blame Biden. And Biden blames the press and the Democrats. When you're blaming others, you're not being reflective. What I'm asking now is for Democrats to be reflective. But more so, I'm asking people in my profession, or maybe as much, people in my profession need to be reflective. Okay? So let's talk about Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper's position and his publisher's position up until this week was Jake was one of the hard-charging reporters who tried to get to the bottom of Biden's mental acuity decline. Okay? Now, we talked in the previous episode about the ways it was easy to illustrate that wasn't true. He didn't never bring up the topic, but it's clear he was not amongst those determined to get to the bottom of it. The irony is his co-author, Alex Thompson, is one of the few reporters who tried to get to the bottom of it. It seems like Jake Tapper and his PR operation decided that was not a sustainable position because the public record was so clear. And again, I'm singling out Jake Tapper. I could point you to the same kind of narrative about almost anyone who covered the White House for the New York Times or the Washington Post.
So I put grok onto Nathan Kofnas's essay on MAGA communism, and I said, analyze this Nathan Kofnas essay through the prism of the John Mearsheimer essay on war and international politics. And so this is grok's critique of liberal assumptions in Nathan Kofnas's argument. So Nathan regards free trade as indisputably the right and most effective policy because almost all elite economists push that perspective. And so John Mearsheimer, by contrast, he critiques these liberal theories that downplay the role of survival, balance of power politics, the chances of war, and the need to have a strong military, and to assume that moral or economic progress can somehow reduce or eliminate the chances of war. So Nathan Kofnas's essays reflect liberal assumptions about the benefits of free trade and globalization and the US-led global order. Right? He sees this as driving wealth creation and global stability. And John Mearsheimer challenges this optimism, right? He argues that economic interdependence do not eliminate security competition, that states must prioritize survival over prosperity, right? Nathan Kofnas says, well, tariffs, they're terrible because they reduce wealth by disrupting trade. And this assumes, however, that economic efficiency is the primary driver of state behavior, right? Should nation states, should our politics put economic efficiency as the number one goal? Or should we put survival and the well-being of the majority of our citizens as the number one goal? Right? Trump wants to prioritize domestic manufacturing because he sees that as key for national survival. In World War II, the United States was able to switch to producing a ton of weapons such as planes and tanks and boats because we had a large manufacturing base, because we no longer have a large manufacturing base that can fairly quickly shift from producing consumer products to military products, right? We would have great difficulty churning out perhaps the arms that we might need, right? So from a realistic perspective, right, we again be quite skeptical of these liberal claims about moral progress, right? We recognize that conflict is inescapable because we're all locked in an iron cage together. And as one group gets stronger, right, that comes at a cost to other groups. So, for example, as Jews are successful, or Asian Americans are successful, or African Americans are successful, or Muslims are successful, or become rich or influential, right, that causes some negative repercussions for other groups who will feel threatened or unhappy by some outgroup success or power. And so the realist perspective is that conflict is simply inescapable due to different groups having different hero systems, different gifts, different goals, different desires, and these frequently conflict. So Nathan Kofnas wants this rational, elite-driven economic and foreign policy and political policy. I think he underestimates the enduring power of tribalism, racialism, populist and nationalist ideologies, and the brutal nature of reality. And so when we get these speeches such as by Dan Senor about the state of world Jewry, right, it kills me that they ignore, right, how other groups are doing, right? As Jews become more prosperous, right, that can be threatening to other groups.
Journalist Mossab Abu Toha did when he denied the Bibas children were abducted and when he dehumanized the hostages. Only this.
So I rarely think about Muslim suffering, Arab suffering, Palestinian suffering. I'm not proud of that. It's just as long as my group is in a life and death struggle with this outgroup, right, it would be weird if I spent much time caring about the outgroup suffering. Ergo, I don't expect outgroups to care about the Bibas children or Israeli suffering or Jewish suffering. To think that when you're in a life and death struggle with some other group that they are going to care about your suffering strikes me as naive, right? People primarily care about themselves and their loved ones, their family, and their tribe.
This past week to be awarded a Pulitzer Prize. Every week, to paraphrase Lenin, there seems to be a decade's worth of Jewish history happening. We all have images that are seared into our minds that we keep replaying. For me, one very close to home, the moment a group of keffiyeh-clad protesters, whose ringleader is a researcher at Weill Cornell Hospital, boarded a southbound 5 train from Union Square last summer. He and a group boarded the train, and then they yelled, and I quote, "Raise your hand if you're a Zionist." Crowded subway car. This is your chance to get out. None of the
Jews have it so good in the United States of America that this incident where nobody was hurt, right, has been blown up into a big deal, right? That's how blessed, that's how secure we are, right? Instead of expressing tremendous gratitude for our relative security and prosperity, right, you get woe is me speeches because that's what's incentivized by any ethnic group, right? They want to hear about how they are treated unfairly. So I discovered a book this weekend that is incredibly important. It's called Global Trade and Conflicting National Interests by 2 elite thinkers, one of them famous economist now dead, William Baumol. So this book came out in 2001. So overwhelmingly, economics does not consider national interests. So this is a new approach. And I found the book and I put it into Grok and said, how can this book help us understand Donald Trump's trade policies and the current moment? So this book argues that unlike classical free trade economic models, which predict a single mutually beneficial outcome driven by comparative advantage, modern trade with economies of scale and high startup costs results in many possible outcomes. Some outcomes favor one country over another, so there are inherent conflicts in international trade. So international trade is not obviously win-win, right? But you have winners and losers. So Trump's trade policies are aligned with this kind of zero-sum thinking, right? He recognizes that the current global trade system does not automatically produce outcomes favorable to the United States. So the World Trade Organization, it almost never rules in favor of the United States. So Trump looks at the current system, sees that other countries are getting favorable treatment and they are cannibalizing American jobs. This is at the expense of American workers, right? So cheap goods are free for the American in the immediate term, but there are very long-term consequences to factories shutting down. So Donald Trump is trying to shift trade outcomes to favor the United States, to favor American workers, and he is using tariffs and other policies to do that. So many Americans, particularly in Rust Belt states, the swing states who voted for Donald Trump, feel that globalization led to very significant job losses in manufacturing. Donald Trump won the Rust Belt states. He won the swing states in large part due to his stance on trade. So when a factory shuts down or when an industry shuts down, right, and we have lost many industries to Japan and to China, that doesn't just affect those immediate workers. Right? It affects the community and it affects the nation as a whole. So modern industries such as automobiles, semiconductors, aircraft, they require large-scale operations. They're very high startup costs. And once established, they tend to be retainable. They tend to keep on working. And these industries are very hard to enter due to entrenched advantages. And their retention is critical to a country's economic prosperity. So it's not easy to get into these industries, and to do so will require a great deal of time and risk. And so if you want to create the possibility that you can become formidable in these industries, your own domestic companies, you may very well have to protect them. So Trump is trying to protect various American industries that he sees as significant, such as steel, aluminum, manufacturing. These all have significant economies of scale, which you did not have in the late 18th and early 19th century when you first got the free market economic models of Adam Smith and David Ricardo. The situation now is quite different from back then. So there is a difference also between trade with less developed countries, which can often benefit more developed countries, and trade with other industrialized nations where competition will very likely hurt U.S. interests. So the U.S. may benefit from trade with countries like India or Indonesia, helping them develop, but the U.S. must compete vigorously with peers such as China, Japan, or Germany. So Trump's trade policies are quite harsh toward China compared to his policies towards less developed countries. All right, he wants to impose significant tariffs on Chinese goods because once a trading partner reaches a significant level of development, and China is demonstrating increasing manufacturing prowess, right, its gains harm American interests. Right, Trump is much softer on trade with countries like Vietnam or India because these countries are less developed and this trade is less threatening, even mutually beneficial. So when you listen to mainstream economists and you look at mainstream free trade economic models, you'd think that the outcomes from trade are fairly simple to spot. But this book argues that these outcomes are not predetermined, that governments can influence them through policies such as tariffs, subsidies, infrastructure, investment. So Japan has significant government support for its auto industry, and the US might need to adopt similar strategies if it wants to retain vital industries. So Trump's use of tariffs, trade negotiations, and buy American policies reflects a desire for an active government role in shaping trade outcomes. And every rich country became rich through using these type of policies, through using protectionism, which is very different from the Washington Consensus. You heard about the Washington Consensus? So these are a set of 10 economic policy prescriptions promoted in the late 1980s and 1990s by the IMF, the World Bank, and the US Treasury for developing countries, and it pushed free market reforms to foster economic growth and stability. But these are not the policies that helped any nation move towards being rich. So talk about free market policies, fiscal discipline, tax reform, broaden the tax base, lower rates, have market-determined interest rates, competitive exchange rates, liberalize trade, reduce tariffs and barriers, encourage foreign investment, privatize state-owned enterprise, deregulate markets to promote competition, strengthening property rights. These are not the policies that help nations become rich, whether it was the United States or Britain or Japan or China or Germany. Instead, they all used more protectionist policies.
Terrified passengers pushed back. It's been months, but every time I walk by a subway station or I ride the subway, I think about that image. And
what an incredibly privileged, cushy, soft life you must have to think about that incident so often, right? An incident where nobody got hurt. There's just no understanding of context and why one should be grateful that this is the big deal, right? If this is a big deal to you, your life is unbelievably privileged and cushy.
I asked myself, what would I have done in that situation? Another image that replays in my mind is 5,000 miles away from Union Square.
So think about some Black American watching this speech. And in his life experience, like family members have been shot and killed, most everyone he knows has been, robbed at gunpoint. And he hears this guy talking about this incident, and he thinks, he would think, like, cry me a river. But this is nothing compared to what I've experienced.
Also last year, 3 generations of my family visited Kibbutz Nir Oz, which had been ravaged by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. 1 out of every 4 residents of Kibbutz Nir Oz were either killed or taken hostage on October 7th. My mother was there. My mother, Helen Senor, was with us on that visit to Nir Oz, a Holocaust survivor, 86 years old, who is from Jerusalem, and she's here tonight.
So every individual and every group can create a completely factual analysis of why they have suffered disproportionately, why they've been untreated unfairly, and why they are persecuted. Right? Everyone can come up with that. So in the real world, we're all stuck in an iron cage together, and life is frequently harsh, and that's why I have the realist right-wing perspective that you shouldn't count on people being kind to strangers. So free trade advocates, right, conventional economists, the liberal elite, right, they think, oh, we should have a trade policy that focuses on global prosperity and absolute gains. From a realist perspective, you recognize that when another country gains, that then comes with threats to other countries. So from a realistic perspective, you focus first on survival and on relative gains vis-a-vis your rivals. So from a liberal elite free trade perspective, right, cooperation is wonderful. It's essential for free trade and globalization. From a realist perspective, free trade and globalization must be secondary to security and survival. And we recognize that free trade and globalization often undermine our security. The people who vote for Donald Trump generally regard American institutions as not operating in their best interests. People who vote against Donald Trump typically view American institutions as largely aligned with their best interests. So from the liberal elite perspective, right, our institutions facilitate free trade, economic integration, they reduce conflict, they're wonderful things. From a realistic perspective, the ability of institutions to protect us is quite limited because there's no higher power that's going to save us. There's no world policeman, right? Survival concerns must dominate. The key concern from the liberal elite is economic efficiency and consumer welfare. We need access to cheap goods. From a realistic perspective, what's most important is survival, balance of power, and where we stand in security competition with our rivals. So liberals and elite, they look to institutions like the UN, the WTO, the World Trade Organization, the IMF. They want to promote more and more trade. All right, from a realist perspective, you put national interests first.
My high school age sons, who are also here tonight, my high school age sons were also on that visit with us. And the summer before October 7th,
So his sons probably have, 1/100th the chance of being murdered as, other people's kids in America. So those people who live in violent, crime-ridden neighborhoods, right, their reaction to this type of speech, I would expect, would be cry me a river.
Same family, 3 generations.
And so when groups, right, try to compete in the victimhood Olympics, right, we had a bad turn in American life starting in the 1960s when we came to valorize and give prestige to suffering and victimization. And every individual and every group can come up with ways it's been victimized.
Visited Auschwitz, because that is where my mother's father was killed after the Nazis came into her town of Košice in 1944. And we visited Košice, and we visited with her Auschwitz. And it was Nir Oz, actually, that really shook my kids. And that night in Israel, I was walking with them, and I asked my kids what they thought of that visit to Nir Oz that day. And I wrote down what one of them said. He said, "I knew it happened there. I've been there," meaning we visited Auschwitz. I saw it. I know the history. But I truly didn't believe it could happen here. And I also believe, he said, the world had changed.
So the idea that bad things can't happen to you is a delusion, right? But life tends to be iterative, right? We tend to repeat things again and again and again. And so if your experience of life is as privileged and as cushy as Dan's, right, you will naturally come to, say, an expectation that your life will continue to be cushy, but there are no such guarantees.
Jew hunting wasn't something that would happen in my life.
So let's say a Chinese company, right, outcompetes an American company, and that American company goes out of business, all its workers get laid off, and that devastates that town and even, say, that state, right? Those people who suffer, they might view that Chinese company is engaged in America hunting. But life is brutal, and it is competitive, and often one group, right, survives and prospers at the expense of another group. And we can call things anti-Semitic or anti-Black or anti-American or anti-Chinese, but it's often just another group pursuing its own interests, right? A strong, powerful, secure Jewish state of Israel is not necessarily aligned with the best interests of other states in the Middle East, right? Different states, different groups have different interests.
Time. He and many of us truly believed it couldn't happen. Not in Israel, the nation state of the Jewish.
Right, he's choking up here because he's had such a privileged life that the shocking nature of reality is particularly painful to him. Right? Anyone thinks that bad things can't happen to you is in a world of delusion.
Jewish people founded to safeguard Jewish life. And not in America, the safest home the Jewish people has known outside the Jewish state. I'm reminded of a column by my friend John Podhoretz, who wrote a piece for Commentary magazine last year called "They're Coming After Us." John detailed 20th century violence against American Jews. Until the Tree of Life massacre in 2018, John writes, and I quote, "American Jews of my age and younger simply did not feel themselves to be at any specific physical risk."
So Nathan Kaufness refers to MAGA communism, and you have to have led a particularly cushy, safe, prosperous, privileged life to think that MAGA communism refers to something real, right? It's a rhetorical flourish that is attention-seeking and has no basis in reality, right? It's provocative, and I don't like Nathan's turn towards provocation not based in reality over the past few months. So MAGA communism is what Nathan sees in the combination of Trump's nationalist, populist policies with some socialist-sounding ideas or anti-capitalist tendencies such as tariffs, isolationism, and restoring manufacturing jobs, right? There's no real MAGA communism, right? It does not exist. So if Batya Ungar-Sargon still identifies as a Marxist and she supports MAGA, that doesn't mean that there is MAGA communism. And that there is a song by Oliver Anthony expressing rich men, contempt for rich men north of Richmond, right? It's an emotional song where people sometimes feel jealous about those who are more prosperous than they are. And that doesn't mean that Oliver Anthony wants to bring about anything like communism as we've seen it with the Soviet Union or with China. So not wholeheartedly pursuing free markets and free trade doesn't mean that you are supporting communism. Right? It's, I think it's ill-advised to use that kind of dramatic overstatement. Right? Survival is a prerequisite for prosperity. Survival is more important than economic efficiency. Group well-being is more important than economic efficiency. First, think about what type of society you want to create, and then design economic policies and other policies to create the society you want. Don't begin with these abstract models removed from reality and then allow these abstract models of economic efficiency to wreck your society.
For being Jewish, close quote. But after Pittsburgh in 2018, Poway, then Jersey City, then Muncie, then Brooklyn, then Colleyville. And all of that was before October 7th. And since October 7th, listen to these ADL numbers of the year 2024. 9,354 reported incidents of assault, harassment, and vandalism against Jewish targets. The highest numbers were in the year after October 7th. More than 2,300 of them occurred in the tri-state area, in our neighborhoods. The trend is not our friend. We may only account for...
So when you live incredibly privileged, blessed, safe, powerful lives, right, and then a few minor things happen, and most of these are relatively minor compared to normal levels of human suffering in the world, then you can say, oh my God, the trends are against us. But it's easy to have a trend going against you if you have known unbelievable amounts of safety and prosperity. So I remember in the 1980s, there was this bloke, Clyde Prestowitz, and he was for a more protectionist trade policy. And until Donald Trump came along, I always took it for granted that free trade was best. And Clyde Prestowitz, who used to negotiate on behalf of the United States during the Reagan era with Japan, he came out with a book in 2021, The World Turned Upside Down, America, China, and the Struggle for Global Leadership. And it's an important book. And he makes the point the United States got rich by following protectionist policies, imitated Great Britain, and it followed the trail that we've seen after World War II, blazed by Germany, France, Japan, South Korea, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Sweden, Taiwan, South Korea, all of which became rich, not following free trade, open markets, and global investment, rather through mercantilism and protectionism. And so the 1776 book by Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, it focused on individuals. And that's a typical Anglo-Saxon way of analyzing the world. But most people who are not of Northern European origins don't look at the world primarily as composed of individuals, but instead the natural, normal human predisposition is to look at the world primarily composed of groups. And so when we encounter people, we tend to fit them in our minds in some kind of a group category. The world tends to work on a group basis, on a collective basis, not on an individualist basis. And so there was a 19th century American economist, Daniel Raymond, who opposed Adam Smith's preoccupation with individual wealth. He thought that instead we should focus on the welfare of the nation and of our overall society, right? And that is the normal approach for most people, is to have a group focus rather than an individualist focus. So Adam Smith thought that consumers should buy imports when imports are cheaper than domestic production. But that destroys the unity of the nation. It divides it into classes. It creates people who look out for their own interest instead of the collective interest. And so Daniel Raymond argued that individuals should not be encouraged to pursue their own interests at the expense of the collective, and that individuals should not subsidize and patronize and support industry by foreigners when his own fellow citizens are in desperate condition. And that's what life is like in the United States. Many of our fellow Americans now lead lives of quiet desperation because our manufacturing base was hollowed out. So unlike most economists in the last 80 years, right, Daniel Raymond did not assume that the winners from free trade would automatically compensate the losers, because that certainly is not what has happened. It was shocking for me when I came back from Australia, which as a big island is much better suited for limiting immigration. I went to Australia for a year after high school, and I was earning about $20, $25 an hour American. And I came back to America, and the only jobs that I could get would pay $3.50 or $4 an hour because of the amount of immigration that America has had, both legal and illegal. It dramatically drove down wages. By contrast, Australia built the type of nation state that was best for the average bloke. So America got rich with government backing critical infrastructure and protecting strategic industries. It subsidized and protected and incentivized railroads and all sorts of other key infrastructure. And the United States, by the 1880s, became the richest nation in the world. and it has not lost that position. And under the protectionist, tariff-based policies, right, U.S. producers, manufacturers improved their quality, they used economies of scale, and they became the world's lowest cost producers without free trade, right? Without just a free market, right? They became the world's lowest cost producers, paying the highest wages. American consumers enjoyed the lowest relative prices, right, with a protectionist tariff regime. Now, after World War II, we changed our policies and we became much more into free trade, and we adopted policies that often went against our national interests. So back in 1941, you might have heard of the economist Paul Samuelson, perhaps the most famous 20th century American economist. He wrote the leading economics textbook, and he noted in 1941 that with relative free trade, the costs of production, such as wages, will tend to converge among trading partners. So if the US and China engages in free trade, right, American wages will trend towards Chinese wages, which China might love, but Americans will not. So this is an obvious part of free trade doctrine that gets very little discussion. Free trade will equalize American wages with the wages of people overseas, such as in China. So the dominant model for trade comes from David Ricardo, and it says, oh, comparative advantage, that determines who will make what, and this will produce the optimal results for each country and thus for the world, and it's automatically the best. And if you grant the assumptions which its argument is based, then its conclusions are mathematically irrefutable. By contrast, Japan, after World War II, it had much inexpensive, unskilled labor, it had few natural resources, and American experts told Japan that you should just focus on producing low-tech manufacturers such as toys and textiles. Don't worry about making cars, just make the cheap stuff. Now, Japan did not follow that policy. It protected its industries. By 1964, its shipyards were building half of the world's shipping. By 1964, the US recorded its first trade deficit with Japan. By 1964, it was obvious that there was a Japanese miracle. And by 1984, Japan's auto industry captured a quarter of the world's market. So Japan deliberately went against, the Anglo-American orthodox economic theory, right? Japan did the opposite of what the American economists said. Japan violated all the key concepts of American Anglo-Saxon economists, all right? So they gambled, they protected, they recognize that people in business are risk averse, that they will hesitate to gamble on new developments and to fund research. Therefore, you can't rely on the magic invisible hand of the free market to drive much enterprise to new efficient developments. And so you had the government intervening in the interests of the common good, right? The Japanese government believed the creation of certain industries was necessary for Japan's best interests. Now, wasn't Japan a member of some World Trading Organization? Didn't it agree to reduce its protective tariffs as a condition of joining? Didn't it believe in free trade just like the United States? Well, the answers are yes, yes, and no. I'm reading from Clyde Prestowitz's book here. So Japan did become a member of this global trade alliance, GATT. It did reduce tariffs, even got them to zero by the early 1980s, but it never embraced free trade. Just like the United States, the 19th and first half of the 20th centuries, Japan used a mercantilist strategy. It offset its tariff reductions by selling yen to undervalue it against the dollar, and tariffs are not the only barriers to trade. They're not even the most important barriers. Custom officials can delay inspections. Safety regulations can be designed to exclude imports. Sales of products like autos require dealers. So in the US, by law, dealers are independent. They cannot be controlled by auto companies. But in Japan, right, Toyota dealerships are owned by Toyota. They can only sell Toyotas. So in the Anglo-Saxon world, we love openness. In most of the world, they loved closed, close connections. And sometimes openness is more effective in certain situations, and other times closed connections are more effective. So the US would invent technology, and then very quickly, the Japanese would take it, and the Japanese would sell it at a lower price, and US makers would find that their sales have collapsed, and the Japanese and the Koreans and the Chinese, they would steal American intellectual property, just like America consistently stole British intellectual property at the end of the 18th century, early 19th century. And so whenever there were mistakes in these Japanese designs, they are exactly the same mistakes as the US makers, right? They had stolen from America. And the Japanese government did the very opposite of what America advised. They recognized that there were certain industries that were critical for the best interests of their nation, and they subsidized and protected them, and they prospered. There was a funny moment this past week when inflation numbers came out, and contrary to news media conditioning and the predictions of economists, inflation has dropped every month under Donald Trump.
Trump trip to the Middle East a little later in the program, but I want to start with some economic news, and that is that we now have new inflation numbers out today that show inflation cooling for the third straight month. Consumer prices rose 2.3% in April. That's the smallest increase in more than 4 years, and grocery prices actually declined between March and April. So good news overall, Tom. What do you make of the new numbers, and what do you think it means for Donald Trump?
Well, I would have sworn by all of the media coverage of the tariffs and whatnot that inflation would be, out of control and prices would be out of control and Trump is wrecking the economy. But apparently he's not. I mean, these numbers are pretty good. Not yet. Okay. I guess it's still coming. Armageddon is still out there. No, but I mean there is a disconnect with, I think, the way that Trump's presidency has been covered and what the implications of some of his policies would be. And they're just not, the premonitions, the predictions are not coming true. And so this is a good number. I mean, it's as you mentioned, the lowest since 2021 annual increase. And so I think that administration feels like they're on the right track, and certainly, look, the public polling doesn't necessarily reflect. I mean, Trump's numbers on the economy are not great, and this will probably give him a little bit of a boost.
Carl, you see it that way?
Well, he was in Saudi Arabia today, and he went through his litany. We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's actually a direct quote. And he said, prices are down, grocery prices are down. He started going through all his familiar litany, and I thought, he says that no matter what's going on. But in this case, it was true. And we've seen, this is, I guess, the inflation rate has declined now for the third straight month. I mean, Tom's right. If you just watched MSNBC and CNN or the networks, or you just read the Post or the New York Post, the Washington Post or the New York Times, you'd think the economy was in free fall. Trump had cratered the economy. He'd done it on purpose. He had no plan. We're in a recession, maybe a depression. That's what you'd think. And so when I see these poll numbers, the American people are being told the economy sucks, but there's no real evidence for that. And so I don't know if his poll numbers are coming back. We have these parallel universe, the facts, and then what each political party believes on any given issue, and they rarely dovetail in any way. But in this case, what Trump is saying about the economy, it's not the greatest economy in the history of the world, but it's robust and doing better since he's been president, and he's over there signing deals and,
Okay, back to Clyde Prestowitz and his 2021 book on trade and on China. So, Americans like open spaces, open personalities, and open agreements openly arrived at, right? Much of the world does not like that, right? In Japan, one does not extol open relationships, one extols close, tightly knit relationships. Right? Most of the world functions on loyalty to longtime suppliers, even if their present prices are a little bit higher than those offered by a newcomer. Right? In most of the world, people value long-term relationships such as family more than just grabbing the best deal possible. So in an individualist society, everything needs to be negotiated. And so people will leave jobs for a slightly better job. Employers will lay people off or hire people, for not necessarily the most dramatic reason. There's not much loyalty typically between employers and employees. And because we're an individual society, everything has to be negotiated. In a more collective society, once you're a member of the group, much less needs to be negotiated. And so if you love an open society, you have to restrict the entrance of people who prefer closed relationships and who look at the world through dual morality, that there's one moral system for how you treat members of your in-group and a very different, much more relaxed moral system for how you treat outsiders. So the morality of people who evolved out of Northern Europe tends towards a universal one morality for how you should treat everyone. But for the rest of the world, they practice dual morality. There are advantages to both approaches. If you love the universal morality, you cannot admit large numbers of people who practice dual morality, because that will crash social cohesion and social trust, because often those who practice a group strategy rather than individualist strategy, who practice a group dual morality rather than a universalist morality, will be able to outcompete those living in individualist lives based on universal morality. So is the United States better off because we lost our machine tool industry to Japan? We lost our forging industry to Japan, our circuit board industry, much of our semiconductor equipment industry, much of our steel industry, our entire consumer electronics industry, most of our textile industry, and much of our auto industry to Japan. Is that really in America's best interest because we got some cheap goods? Right? Washington has not been able to convert Japan to the Anglo-Saxon free trade faith because different economic systems perhaps suit different people differently. Now, starting in the 1980s, you had some younger economists such as Paul Krugman, James Brander, Barbara Spencer, Joseph Stiglitz began to question many of the assumptions underlying the divinity of free trade. And Paul Krugman would emphasize that world trade operated outside of classical economic theories about free trade. He noted that free trade proponents relied on theories that depended on very shaky assumptions, including perfect competition, that all markets, like that for wheat, where there's no single producer or buyer who can affect ultimate total production or final prices, that all markets operate with eternally full employment, that there are no costs attached to opening or closing factories, that there are no costs for training new workers, no cross-border flows of investment, no costs of switching from production of one product to another, that there are fixed exchange rates, there are no economies of scale, no technological innovation unique to one country, no increases in productivity, no spillovers of know-how from one industry to another. Factories operate at full capacity at all times, that there are zero costs of entering or exiting a business, that there are zero transportation costs, that workers can switch instantaneously with no need of training and at no cost, and move from, say, making steel to designing semiconductor chips, and finally to the production of poetry. And so there will be no offshoring of production. So some economists said, yeah, China will dominate manufacturing, but then America will sell its poetry to the rest of the world. Now, one famous skeptic of free trade is this economist from South Korea, Ha-Joon Jang. He says that nations may decide to subsidize a given industry because it needs more advanced technology for national security or for greater productivity for economic welfare. So the economist Herbert Stein, so I think is Herbert Stein, is he the father of that economist who wrote books about Hollywood and became a bit of a figure in pop culture from a conservative perspective? But Herb Stein says it makes no difference whether a nation manufactures poetry or manufactures semiconductors, right? That's the classical economic position. Now, poetry may be uplifting, but it does not tend to put much bread on the table, and it does not tend to defend against aggression. So Ha-Joon Jang argues that economic development is about mastering advanced technology, that to prosper countries need to master technology, and it is advanced manufacturing that creates the greatest productivity gains and the greatest wealth gains and can afford the highest wages and the highest standards of living. So free markets tend to favor the earliest developers of technology, and countries that wish to dominate have to protect their industry and take a risk and use government support, right? It's like going to school. You sacrifice present cost efficiency and income for future productivity and wealth.
Getting in new investment. And I have to say that when, we fact check Trump a lot. The Washington Post had 47,000 lies or deceptions he's given, but when he's telling the truth, we ought to point that out. I think we owe it to our listeners to do that. And right now, the economy seems like it's doing well.
So, yes, Herbert Stein, who's the chairman of Council of Economic Advisors under Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, the one who, major economist, said it makes no difference if the U.S. manufactures semiconductors or poetry, right? His son is Ben Stein, the pop culture star on the right for a time.
Well, Tom, I did read some of that mainstream coverage that Carl was referring to. And the sort of general impression is that, yes, but there's sort of a feeling that this may be the calm before the storm. Layered on top of that is the idea that we may have dodged a bullet by him blinking in the tariff wars, if you want to put it that way. And I guess where the rubber meets the road is with the Federal Reserve, which is sort of maintaining this wait and see attitude on interest rates because they're not sure what's going to happen next. You're laughing.
I was laughing at Trump's Jerome too late Powell.
Right, yeah.
As Trump has given him the nickname. Yeah, look, to Carl's point, to your point, the coverage is almost, even as they're reporting these numbers, which they are, but it's almost in a begrudging way. It's like, oh, well, this isn't an accurate reflection, and it is the calm before the storm. He has wrecked the economy. It's coming, Chicken Little. But as you mentioned, this is the third straight month that prices have come down. And so I think we have to just sort of report the facts as they are and not try and, suggest or slant the coverage in some way that seems, presents it in some sort of negative.
So demand for goods is far more elastic than creating big factories, right? Creating a big factory requires enormous investment. It's not easy to shut it down or to change it. So when Trump imposes tariffs, American consumers can switch to different goods much more easily than overseas manufacturers can switch.
Light, as if this is, the worst is still to come.
So the more elastic the demand, right, the less inflationary impact tariffs will have.
It may be. We don't know that. It could actually get better. I mean,
Tom and Andy, I've detected almost something a little different. I don't want to accuse my brethren in the Fourth Estate of being un-American or unpatriotic, but there's this tone like, damn, the numbers are
right
good again this month. This is terrible.
Yeah. Well, all right, look, I got to talk about this other thing. And we've got a lot to get through today, but I do want to get to this story. And that is this new book. It's the latest Biden book. It's called Original Sin, President.
All right, back to Clyde Prestowitz on trade. So he talks about this famous book little known book that came out in 2001, but should be famous because it's unique in economic theory. You don't have a lot of national interest consideration in classical economic theory, but two eminent thinkers came out with a 2001 book called Global Trade and Conflicting National Interests. And Clyde Prestowitz says it may be the most important unread book of all time. And I started reading it. It's excellent. So the book develops a series of models that much closer to the reality of international trade, because they incorporate the effects not only of economies of scale, but of rapid technological change and sudden shifts in productivity. So one of the things that I loved about Nathan Koffness's critique of Kevin McDonald's culture of critique is that Nathan pointed out that Kevin's theory had neither predictive value nor explanatory value. And so I thought that's a succinct way of putting it, right? One way to judge theory is to ask, does it have predictive value and does it have explanatory value? And macroeconomic theory has quite limited, quite modest predictive value because many of its classical models for free trade are quite removed from reality. So when Intel creates an advanced facility in China or overseas, right? That has much more complicated effects than classical economic models would show. So orthodox economic theory holds there is just universal winning when you have free trade, that it's optimal for all trading partners. But there are many trading patterns which are optimal for one party and terrible for other parties. And there are no trading patterns that are optimal for all parties at all times. So trade is not always win-win. It is more frequently adversarial or zero-sum. You win, I lose. Right? A Boeing sale is a gain for the United States, and it is a loss for Europe. An Airbus sale is a gain for Europe and a loss for the United States. So depending on the relative economies of scale, levels of technology, rates of productivity, and industry and national strategy, any given country might produce amounts of a product that are not optimal for other trading partners. So when a country achieves large-scale production, innovation, major jumps in productivity, right, that usually is unrelated to climate, geography, and national endowments like capital, land, and labor. Right? It usually results from a strategic choice to subsidize large-scale production. And then once it is achieved, economies of scale and technological innovation become barriers to entry for newcomers. So new competitors will have to make enormous risky investments to match the scale and the technology of the dominant player. And economies of scale are much more likely to accrue if the government adopts some kind of national industrial policy, a favorable regulatory policy, tariffs to support infrastructure, use government procurement to provide an early market, provide special tax incentives, other interferences with the free market. Right? Government can help companies attain and maintain market dominance. Right? In the 1980s, Intel benefited greatly from the US government's Minuteman missile program, from strong US protection of patents and intellectual property, and from US anti-dumping and market opening measures toward Japan. So countries with large numbers of dominant producers tend to become richer than other countries, and they tend to pay better wages, so afford a higher living standards. So national leaders will rationally pursue interventionist policies aimed at helping producers in their countries attain and maintain dominance. Right? Europe subsidizes its Airbus program. Japan subsidizes its shipbuilding, semiconductor, and other industries. Taiwan subsidizes its semiconductor industry. China has its Made in China strategy. So these national promotion programs are a key reason that the fundamental premise of free trade theory, that trade never hurts any trading partner, is wrong. Right? Much of trade in the real world is zero-sum. Right? The ascendance of Japanese, Chinese, and South Korean manufacturing often came at the expense of America and American workers. And not just American workers, but other Americans. When American workers lose jobs, when America loses industries, all right, that usually has a negative effect on wider America. Korea's prosperity, Japan's prosperity, China's prosperity has often come at the expense of US prosperity. Right? Global trade is frequently adversarial. Right? Do we really want a pure free trade in artificial intelligence technology? Right? Are we going to be A-okay if China or Russia dominates? Right? Free trade should not trump national security. Right? And large part of trade fits into this adversarial zero-sum category. Right? China's subsidized exports of solar panels to the US killed the US solar industry. And it also killed its ability to maintain a competitive technological capability in a field that America created. Right? Life tends to be iterative. We tend to keep on doing certain things, and then when we stop doing them, it's very hard to restart. Right? Countries tend to be individuals, companies, right, or tend to be path dependent. Right? What we do today shapes our choices for tomorrow. Right? Finland dominates the global production of icebreaker ships because it has a long history of dealing with ice and with ships. China leads in the manufacture of semiconductors because Taiwan invested in that industry. Right? If your country is fated by climate, geography, or history to specialize in producing bananas, coffee, or potash, you'll tend to be a poor country because people tend to use the same amount of these products regardless of the price, and costs rise with greater production. Free trade does not help these countries. It may do harm. Right? frequently a country would be better off without trade. So people who promote free trade say companies compete, not countries. And the perspective is the liberal perspective that people are basically good and all countries are pals and we allow corporations to compete. But have you never heard of war? Right? Countries are constantly competing. Power does not accrue to nations of poetry writers or taxi drivers. Right? When China had a comparative advantage in tea, porcelain, silk, and opium, it did not become a rich country. It was a poor and a weak country. Britain could send a few ships over in the 19th century in the Opium Wars and devastate China, even though China had the largest GDP in the world at the time. China became powerful because it changed the composition and the structure of its economy to compete. So this free trade, free market idea, we should not be concerned when America loses certain industries because we'll just become a nation of poets or we'll just dominate in services. This is delusion. Right? When China or our competitors become dominant players in key industries, there are many knock-on effects. Right? Do we really not care if the U.S. loses leadership in the key industries that will shape the future? Right? No country has ever become rich except through mercantilist policies. In particular, sizable countries. So I'm sharing some perspectives here from Clyde Prestowitz. This is him speaking at the Woodrow Wilson Center 11 years ago.
Of high school, they're not even high school grads. Their starting wage is $40,000 a year. They have full medical benefits, pensions, all the rest of it. $400 million company growing at 60% annually, exports 80% of its production. I mean, there could not be a more American story. Immigrant, poor guy, dreams up new technology. And out of this, America gets what? A comparative advantage. Before this guy came along, these test methods and equipment were made largely outside the U.S. and Asia. He comes along, innovates new technology. Suddenly, U.S. is the leader in this technology, the leader in the industry, and he has a trade surplus. Now, into this very bright picture comes a cloud in the form of a company called FICOM, a Korean company closely related in a chaebol relationship with Hynix, a big Korean semiconductor manufacturer. And Hynix, in conjunction with the Korean Ministry of Industry, is encouraging FICOM to develop a similar kind of product. In fact, so similar that it is copied directly. In fact, the copy is so good that frequently form factor is being sent FICOM probe cards to be repaired because the customer thinks it's a FICOM card. So this is resulting in, I mean, obviously theft of intellectual property, loss of sales in Korea and elsewhere. And you might think, well, why not just go to court and sue them on intellectual property infringement? But the problem is that so much of this industry has moved outside the U.S. that suits in the U.S. don't mean a thing. There's no effective retaliation through a legal suit in the U.S. So you go to court in Korea. The patent office actually upholds the patent, and then it's appealed to a special patent court. And at that hearing, FICOM admits that they've copied the product, but argue the patent is invalid because the art is obvious, and the court upholds them. So form factor is now in litigation, appealing to the Supreme Court. This can go on for, I don't know, maybe 20 years, during which time market share is declining. And so form factor is now thinking, where should we put our next factory? And there's a lot of pressure on them from various parties in Korea to put their next factory in Korea or to license the technology in Korea as a way of alleviating some of this problem with the intellectual property theft. There are other countries who are also approaching form factor and who are saying, look, your base of cost would be a lot lower if you came here. For example, Singapore has visited them, the Economic Development Board, and has said, look, if you put your next factory in Singapore, 20-year tax holiday, capital grant, 50% free land training of your workers, really reduce your cost base, allow you to spend more on R&D to out-invent these guys who are giving you a problem in Korea. So last week, Igor was in town, where the U.S. government, as you know, is in the mode of negotiating a free trade agreement with Korea. Now, let's look at the overall macroeconomic context. The macro context is, as the previous panel said, zero U.S. savings, a currency regime here which is essentially managed. Korea and all of the other Asian countries intervene in the markets to keep their currencies undervalued vis-a-vis the dollar. In fact, I met last month with a high official of the Ministry of Finance in Korea who said the Korean won is not going to strengthen any further. And I said, how do you know? He said, because we're not going to let it. So that's the kind of the macro context. Of course, the U.S. has this big trade deficit. And so the idea was we would visit U.S. officials. We'd go to USTR, Commerce, State, National Security Council, make all the rounds here in Washington, and see if we couldn't get this on the government agenda. I mean, we're negotiating a deal with Korea. Surely the U.S. government would not want to sign a free trade deal while this is going on. So we went and we visited all of the likely suspects. And, you know, the response was kind of, well, yeah, you're in the court. Do you have a good lawyer? Well, gee, have you thought of putting a plant in Korea? Or, you know, maybe you could actually go to Singapore. It would really reduce your cost basis. So now, let's think about that for a moment. The attitude here in the U.S. of the policymakers is shaped by this paradigm that Ralph and Bill Baumol were talking about earlier. It's shaped by this thinking that trade is always win-win. It doesn't matter where these factories are. And yeah, it's too bad for form factor, and yeah, we'd prefer if the Koreans didn't rip off their intellectual property, but hey, it's not really important for our trade negotiations. It's not a life or death thing for, and in fact, one official said, look, I've got 2,000 companies coming here, and everybody wants to make their issue the make or break for the trade negotiation. And if we do it that way, we'll never get a free trade deal. And that thinking is formed by the assumptions behind the paradigm that Ralph and Bill were talking about earlier. Now, but let's think about what happens. So the next factory, this very rapidly growing company, maybe takes the Singapore offer, moves to Singapore. So now a fair amount of technology is moving offshore, which is creating an alternative location of potential comparative advantage. Fewer American workers are getting paid $40,000 a year, and so you know, even if they wanted to save, they can't save because they don't have the wages anymore. The company is still making high profits, but many of those profits are offshore. They're not taxable, so the U.S. budget deficit gets bigger, and hence the U.S. trade deficit gets bigger. And this is kind of, in my view, what flows from a conjunction of the context that Steve Roach mentioned and the assumptions and the mental paradigm and the philosophy that has grown out of the assumptions and the thinking of kind of neoclassical comparative trade, free trade theory.
I think that's just absolutely devastating analysis. Right? How can you hear that story and say it's no big deal? I think Clyde Prestowitz is onto something, right? There are definitely gains to free trade, but there are also costs. And much of the media and elite conversation focuses on the gains. So typically we hear, yeah, we may lose a few workers, a few industries, but we get cheap stuff. And these former auto workers, they'll find other jobs. They'll become poets. They'll become porn stars, right? They'll move into the service sector. Right. There are many holes in this argument, right? Not everyone gives a great blowjob, right? Not every auto worker is a potential coder, right? In the absence of full employment, loss of jobs in one industry tends to lower wages in other industries. So the trade-off is not auto worker jobs versus all consumer prices, but all consumers versus all workers' wages. Right? It's nice to save a few dollars when buying shoes or a washing machine, but that pleasure does not equal the intensity of the complete loss of a job, of a school system, of a town, a factory town, when the factory closes. Right? The pleasure of inexpensive socks is fleeting. The pain of a closed factory, closed school system, and closed local water system, right, lasts a long time and has severe knock-on effects. Right? Think about Flint, Michigan. And these elements are not captured in classical econometric models used to evaluate the gains and losses from trade, yet they are the most important elements. Look at the generation of costs incurred when a city like Detroit loses its manufacturing businesses and its schools and its water district and its sanitation. And those costs are not just local, they hit the whole country. Right? Look at the gap between rich and poor. It has widened dramatically in the United States and every other free trade country in lockstep with globalization. Yes, there are overall economic gains from globalization, but the winners are clearly not compensating the losers. And so our societies become more unequal and has less cohesion and social trust. Right. when Americans invest in China, produce in China, buy from China, these are all actions that strengthen China, that strengthen the Chinese Communist Party, who is our greatest geostrategic rival. And they strengthen all of China's activities, including the horrible things that it does. Right? Think about COVID. Think about how we didn't have a personal protective equipment domestic industry. We couldn't get personal protective equipment in the first few months because we had this free trade mindset that the most efficient and cost-effective way to have an economy is to import all sorts of vital things from China. We depend on China to make almost all our medicines. Right? We rely on China for rare earths. Right? What if China gets mad with you and they withhold these vital things? Right? So in this quest to find the most cost-effective suppliers, right, we are not incentivizing companies to act with regard to our national interests and with regard to the interests of their fellow citizens. So free trade tends to destroy national cohesion and national trust, and buying domestically tends to strengthen national cohesion and national trust. All right, we now have new technologies like 3D printing. Maybe we should have more domestic manufacturing rather than relying on China and other countries that are our rivals. Right, some things cannot be valued simply in terms of dollars. Right, we've had a decoupling of the internet. It's a natural consequence of America and China having different political systems. And other countries are caught in a no man's land in between. We have different payment systems like Alipay, WeChat Pay, Visa, and MasterCard that divide the world into different spheres of influence. This will widen the discrepancies in the digital global economy. We have decoupling of our two countries' telecommunication systems. So it's probably safer to have our supply chains not based in China. So the US has tried to remain the leader in key technologies because it knows that it's dangerous not to be the leader in key technologies. To cede leadership in key technologies to China endangers the national security of the United States. And it's not enough to be at the cutting edge of key technology to have good universities and good labs, right? A lot of technology evolves in the factory or the workplace. It's an iterative process. Much of life is iterative. It means it repeats, it builds on itself. Right? The more industries a country contains, the more potential it will have for iteration and development. The combination of different ideas and different skills, serendipity, luck, technological advances happen that way. Right? Economics does not have an equation for innovation. But we know that a variety of skills and means of production help foster innovation. To lose that for the sake of a few cheaper goods ultimately creates huge losses. Then think about the many failures of the global supply chain. Right? Apple, Cisco, GM never considered how vulnerable the global supply chain was until we had COVID. Right? As China has become increasingly independent, it makes more and more of its product domestically. China imports raw materials, but they are not key components. Right? Labor costs in China are no longer low. China invests, it subsidizes, it doesn't have labor unions, it doesn't have meaningful environmental, health, and other regulations. It has a managed currency exchange rate that keeps its export prices competitive. So as China has become more prosperous, more reliant on trade, it has simultaneously become less liberal, more centralized, and more authoritarian. Right? It gets richer, more powerful, it becomes more authoritarian. Right? That is not what we were told. We were told that free trade with China would help China become more liberal. So the more that America and people in first world economies invest and produce in China, right, the more powerful the Chinese Communist Party becomes, and the more we become hostage to a hostile Chinese Communist Party. So an open US society combined with the tightly closed nature of many of our competitors and adversaries and allies, right, enables these companies to exploit our openness in ways that undermine our national security. When we allied with the Soviet Union during World War II, right, the Soviets came over here and stole so much of our technology. They took advantage of our openness. So we should adopt the simple principle of reciprocity. The New York Times cannot be distributed in China, then the Chinese Communist Party should not be allowed to own newspapers in America. If Amazon is limited in China's market, Alibaba should be limited in the US market. Right? Whatever regulations China imposes on us, we should at least impose the same on them. Right? American universities, nonprofits, and religious organizations are restricted in China, so too we should restrict their organizations. Right? All Chinese diplomats must register with the State Department before meeting with any American local or state officials. Right? Chinese entities wishing to operate in the US should be required to clear the same hurdles as the free world entities wishing to operate in China. Representatives of corporations that do business with China should be required to disclose this. All right, by our reliance on China and its manufacturing, we have become seriously vulnerable. Right, almost all of our drugs, legal medical drugs, are produced in China. Not a good idea. Right, America, under free trade policies, has steadily lost economic, industrial, technological, and governing competitiveness over the past 50 years. We simply have not been playing the trade game as well as the Germans, the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Chinese.
Other reporters for CNN. But the reason we're focusing on Jake Tapper is because Jake Tapper's put out a book purporting to hold Biden accountable and tell the full story of the cover-up. So this week, apparently, he decided, well, maybe he wasn't as hard-charging in trying to tell the public about Joe Biden's loss of mental acuity as he claimed to be. So he's got a new strategy. It's a two-part strategy, and it's not a strategy about accountability, which is what the press needs. The first part of the strategy, okay, is to go from saying, I was on the front lines of exposing all this to maybe I could have done better. Here's Jake Tapper on CNN Wednesday morning announcing his new position that he could have done better.
I think some of the criticism is fair, to be honest, of me. Certainly, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. But knowing then what I know now, I look back at my coverage during the Biden years, and I did cover some of these issues, but not enough. I look back on it with humility.
Okay. Now, here's the second change in Tapper's strategy. He's going to cling to people who did try to hold Joe Biden accountable. One is his co-author, Alex Thompson, who, again, did, one of the few who had professional risk and criticism from the Biden folks did. So then he decides, I'm going to cling to the folks who did good. The Wall Street Journal wrote one of the few stories during the campaign about Joe Biden's mental decline. I'm not criticizing the story because at least they tried to write the story. It's hilarious, though, the way that story's been built up as some extraordinary effort. It was pretty weak tea, to tell you the truth. It quoted mostly Republicans, not Democrats. And the examples I didn't think were that great compared to what I know and what we could see with our own eyes. So the story should not be criticized. But Jake Tapper, also this week, as part of his change in strategy, decided he was going to cling to these Wall Street Journal reporters. And he clung to them so hard, he called them heroes.
They're with me now. Two of the heroic reporters were covering this intensely during the Biden years. Annie Linsky and Siobhan Hughes, they are with the Wall Street Journal. They reported on the decline of Biden's mental acuity back in June of last year. The piece then, quote, behind closed doors, Biden shows signs of slipping. Participants in meetings said the 81-year-old president performed poorly at times. The White House said Biden is sharp, and his critics are playing partisan politics, unquote. This is not the first time you guys have been on. I said it last year before the election, and I'll say it again. The journalism you did was vital, and the smear campaign by Democrats against you two is disgraceful.
So that's Jake Tapper talking about this Wall Street Journal story now, saying that it was a disgrace the way Democrats tried to smear the Wall Street Journal reporters. And he's right about that. There were plenty of Democrats, including ones at senior levels, who knew full well that Joe Biden was evincing mental acuity decline, who attacked the Wall Street Journal story and the reporters and said it was not well reported. It didn't match with their experience with Joe Biden. Again, it's like through the looking glass for me, because no one could take their denial seriously. You didn't need to have private meetings with Joe Biden to see his mental acuity decline. It was on offer many days. He had good days and bad days. So the decline was not as bad as some people said it was, but it was obvious. And it was also obvious from his limited schedule, his failure to do regular press conferences or talk to reporters. So Jake Tapper now says this Wall Street Journal story is amazing. these reporters were heroes, okay? That's not what he said when the story came out, okay? Their story came out in June of 2024, before the debate. And instead of saying they were heroic back then, what did Jake Tapper do in response to that story? He brought on Chris Coons, senator from Delaware, one of Joe Biden's strongest allies in Congress. And he allowed Chris Coons, virtually unchallenged, to attack the Journal story.
So the Journal states it was based on interviews with 45 people over months that were either in meetings or briefed on meetings with President Biden. They do note in the article that most of the criticism comes from Republicans, but not all of it. They said that some of the criticism was from Democrats, although they said it, on background or off the record. Have you heard any concerns from anyone who has met with President Biden about him seeming a little slower?
No.
None.
If your core question is President Biden up to the job? Absolutely. Have I heard from some of my colleagues concerns about the character difference between him and Donald Trump? Absolutely. Have I heard concerns about what Donald Trump would do if he were president compared to what Joe Biden has done and would do if reelected? Absolutely. And I don't hear a lot of coverage of the ways in which former President Trump makes very similar slips, mistakes, mishaps, fails to grasp who he's talking to or where he is. There's been a relentless focus in some news outlets on minor slips by our president that I frankly think are typical of anyone who's keeping a demanding 14-hour-a-day schedule.
Okay, so again, you got to give your guest an opportunity to say what he or she wants to say. But if you're someone who really shared the point of view of the heroic Wall Street Journal reporters, I would say you push back a lot harder than that. You don't accept the standard Democratic Biden spin of his mental acuity. You don't accept an attack on the heroes. It's not what he did, okay? So he decided in the wake of their story not to have them on. Now, maybe he tried and they refused, but his premise not to have a Republican on to say, well, yeah, that's true. That's what we see. Not to have voters on who believed, whether they were Democrats or not, that Joe Biden suffered mental acuity. His decision back then was to have on one of the President Biden's biggest defenders and let him just, say the story is not true.
Oh, better wake up. It's nice just checking out for a few minutes. All right, let's have a look at some comments here by Kip. 21st century life is the most unnatural, mendacious existence ever experienced on planet Earth. I don't know why you would say that. Most people live lives around the same fundamentals of in previous centuries, devoted to their families and to making a living and pursuing their hobbies and spending time with their community. The 92nd Street Y, 99% of its impulses are devoted to Muslims, women, and Jews. Well, it's a Jewish organization, and most of its impulses are devoted to Jews. Maybe 1% of its efforts are devoted to young Christian men. I don't know. I would suspect that Jewish organizations would primarily be devoted to Jewish interests. I don't criticize Christian organizations for not devoting their efforts to young Muslim men. There are less white men on Earth than white women, black men, black women. Why are all impulses, corporate and government, to exclude the rarest of rare white dudes? Well, how can you say that the impulses of corporations and government to exclude the rarest of the rare when almost all their leaders are white men? Right? Your dramatic overstatement diminishes your credibility and people cannot take you seriously. The best internet opinion might be from Walter Kern. I appreciate his thinking most of all among the online talking heads. Well, that's because you don't optimize for truth, right? You don't optimize for precision. You optimize for someone who makes you feel good. And that's your privilege. So just reading a thoughtful analysis that when we primarily consume our information about the world through audio means, it tends towards dramatic emotional contrasts, while much more nuanced understanding of reality comes from reading the news. So when we listen auditorily as opposed to just reading the same information, we will come away with the most dramatic opinions and perspectives, as opposed to when we read the same information, we will be much more attuned to nuance. And so Kip consumes almost all this information about the outside world, not from reading, but from listening. So it produces this highly emotional, dramatic, hyperbolic framing of reality. Has Mark Halperin ever admitted the media's role in black affairs versus the police? Media should have exposed to all thinking men decades ago. I don't know, but Heather McDonald has done great work decoding the lie that police are just obviously systemically biased against black men. Walter Cronkite and his ilk were not paid millions because they were great newsreaders. They were paid the big bucks because they were believable. I stand firmly that 86% of everything you consume is a lie, a con, or trickery. Well, I appreciate that outside of the United States, newsreaders are usually called newsreaders and not anchormen, because they are usually much more newsreaders than anchors and serious journalists. Walter Cronkite and other star TV anchormen are paid for the quality of their performance to bring in viewers to enable advertising. So they're paid on performance basis. Cooked myself a big breakfast today only to realize it's too much work versus reward. Yeah, when you live alone, it's usually going to feel for most people like too much work for too little reward to cook for yourself. When a country exports its manufacturing, it no longer innovates. These innovations would have spun off new industry, but that doesn't happen after you outsource factories. Innovation comes from abroad now. The middle class was a 20th century phenomenon that arose after World War II when the rest of the globe was rebuilding from the war. It's a myth to propose such a phenomenon could be a norm in the future. So I believe that we can realign our economic and other policies to create a society with more social trust, social cohesion, and where there are more opportunities for people with average and below average IQs to have a dignified life. So free traders and free marketeers love a particular story of the free market economist. Come on, who was the great free market economist out of Milton Friedman visiting China? And he saw a whole bunch of men moving earth with shovels, and he says, why don't you just use equipment? And the Chinese says, well, it creates more jobs for people to move earth with shovels rather than using equipment. And Milton Friedman's response was, well, why not use spoons? And from the free market, free trade perspective, that was a devastating response. From my perspective, it's a devastating critique of economics to not take into consideration human dignity. It reduces human dignity to have people use spoons in that situation rather than shovels, right? I think we should put a priority on the type of society that we want to create, not on abstract economic models. Okay, you're wondering, why haven't you played anything from the Commentary magazine podcast?
Positive about it. There's no joy, there's no ritual, there's no communal life, there's no literacy, Jewish literacy, it's all about this fight against our enemies. And I just think that is a very unattractive way to introduce a set of ideas and a community and a culture and a history to a young person. And so I have all these friends, as I know you do too, John, I have all these friends whose children are on American college campuses now. They're students. And they're so upset because they're like, I see what's happening at Northwestern, and it's there's like pogroms, basically. This was last year, and my son doesn't care, right? Like he's not supportive of the anti-Israel, the protests and everything, but he's not in the fight. He doesn't care. He's not engaged. He's just minding his own business, and he's actually having a perfectly pleasant time at college. By the way.
Yeah. So overall, Americans are pretty prosperous, and American Jews are fairly privileged and lead a fairly safe life, and there's some awkwardness and some disturbances and some hindrances and some uncomfortable moments for American Jews on campus, but compared to the normal human life, American Jews are pretty safe and prosperous, and to lack that understanding of how good we have it in America, and then to focus on these relatively minor inconveniences, I just think it's absurd and doesn't compel me to have a great deal of respect for this line of argumentation. But there's just an inexhaustible incentive structure to tell whatever group you belong to, woe is us, how tough we have it, how unfairly we are maligned. There are substantial reasons why American Jews will, including American college Jews, will prioritize other things than Jewish identity. right? For pretty much any minority, they will feel a significant tug to primarily identify with the majority rather than with their minority. And when a group becomes more insular, or when a group develops a higher commitment to its in-group, that then has repercussions on other groups, because the more intense your in-group identity, right, the less likely you are to have empathy and compassion and fairness for out-groups. And the less intense your in-group identity, the more likely you are to assimilate. So everything comes with advantages and disadvantages.
By the way, he's joined his fraternity. It's not a Jewish fraternity. It's not an anti-Jewish fraternity. He's just like living his life. He's totally. And these parents are so upset. And I listen and listen. At some point, I start to say to them, "But why do you blame them? That's a totally logical decision your son is making." Because I'm not being critical, but if you did not raise your son with any of the kind of upside of Judaism, the joy, the feeling part of.
So he's touching on one area where parents can significantly affect their children, and that is you can have a large say in who your children's friends are, right? By, for example, sending them to a Jewish day school, or by living in a particular community, right? You have a large influence on who their friends are. Overall, people will make their choices largely from their peer group, not from parental instruction.
Something, the rootedness. If your child was not raised with any of that, then you suddenly want to throw them into battle to defend something that you've never said is important to you, and you've never.
So some people are naturally aligned where a more intense in-group identity serves them, and other people are so aligned where a less intense in-group identity serves them, right? Some people become better when they become religious. Some people become worse when they become religious. Some people become better when they become more tribal, right? Other people become better when they become more universal.
Given them a reason to care about it. And so that is where we are right now. We have everyone's angry about anti-Semitism.
All right. Anyone who is leading a traditional Jewish life is not consumed or particularly concerned about anti-Semitism. You simply have a traditional way of life that you believe comes from your ancestors, from God, from your tradition, from your people, and you lead that life, and you recognize that different groups have different interests, and sometimes people are going to oppose you. The only people who are obsessed with fighting anti-Semitism are people leading Jewishly empty lives, right? There's no mitzvah, there's no divine commandment in Judaism to fight anti-Semitism. It's a con. You can't effectively fight anti-Semitism except by displaying some empathy for other points of view and displaying some recognition on how your own actions, your group's actions, your words, and your behavior affect other people. So you want to fight anti-Semitism? The most effective way to do that is by recognizing how your choices, your group's choices, your words, and your actions affect others, and turning up your empathy for non-Jews is the most effective thing you can do to fight anti-Semitism. But the more intense your in-group identity, whether it's Jewish or Christian or Muslim, right, the less likely you are to have empathy and concern for members of outgroups. And so the more likely you are to have collisions.
But we've actually seen no reasonable uptick or no encouraging uptick in people wanting.
Why hasn't there been an uptick of in-group Jewish identity? Because the traditional, authentic Jewish way of life is very difficult. It's very demanding. When Jews have had a choice, they've consistently chosen not to follow a disciplined, traditional, restrictive, orthodox Jewish way of life, right? The traditional, authentic Jewish way of life is painful. It is restrictive. You lose freedom. It makes all sorts of demands on you. And Jews, like non-Jews, right, prefer to avoid that kind of pain and restriction, right? So there's an enormous market out there for people like Dan Senor and for those who want to be professional Jews, right, advocating more intense in-group Jewish identity by practicing more Jewish rituals, or having more Jewish education, or joining more Jewish organizations, or living more intense Jewish communal lives. But you're not being honest if you don't reveal that this is a restrictive, painful way of life, right? The more religious you become in Judaism, the more traditional you become in Judaism, the more authentic you are to the Jewish tradition, the smaller your life will get. You will reduce the quality and the number of your interactions with non-Jews and with less religious Jews. Now, there are many beauties to having a narrower, smaller, more tribal, more restricted life. Right? I think it's a wonderful thing. I chose that. But I recognize it's not for everyone. Right? Your life narrows when you choose the traditional Orthodox way of life as compared to a more secular cosmopolitan approach. Right? So be honest that this traditional Jewish way of life is a smaller world, narrow world. Your concerns will narrow, and it will be accompanied by less empathy and less concern, not just for non-Jews, but for non-Orthodox Jews. And it will require a tremendous amount of sacrifice and self-abnegation.
To invest in Jewish life and developing young Jews who feel that this is something that's worth protecting and worth fighting for beyond.
So people like Dan Senor, they are portraying a more intense in-group Jewish identity and commitment that is just a wonderful experience. But it's not a wonderful experience for everyone. And for anyone who does pursue it in the traditional Orthodox fashion, requires tremendous self-abnegation. Right? You have to shift from an individualist perspective on life to a communal perspective on life. You'll have to sacrifice. It will be painful. You'll have to give up a lot. Your world will become smaller and narrower. Your concerns will shrink. And many people are far better off with that way of life. Right? I love that way of life. But I chose that way of life, but I also knew that it would be painful and it would be restrictive. And Orthodox rabbis make sure that you know that when you're trying to convert, that there will be many painful sacrifices required if you're going to make it.
And just like they're attacking us, that it's something that's important to them. Right. And the only proven model, it's not, I mean, I'm part of all these groups, like, and I'm, by the way, I don't want to denigrate these efforts because I'm involved with some of them. There's all these.
And here's another painful truth that he's not articulating. The only proven model for sustaining Jewish identity is the Orthodox model. Right? No other model consistently works over the generations. And he's not Orthodox. So if he really believes in all the things that he's saying, he'd be Orthodox. Right? He is promoting a model which he's not talking about the pain of it. He's not talking about the sacrifice that comes from it. And he's not mentioning that it's not authentic to the Jewish tradition and that it doesn't work. Right? He is promoting a model that doesn't work. There is no model outside of Orthodox Judaism that sustains Jewish identity over the generations. There's only one Jewish model that works in sustaining Jewish identity over generations. That's the Orthodox model. Every other model leads to marriage to non-Jews and to assimilation. But there is a huge audience for him to say these things that aren't true. So why is he saying this nonsense? Right? Why isn't he being real? Why isn't he being honest? Because he would have to confront that he is choosing the easier, softer path so that he can pursue his own individualist ambitions, that he can propose a solution that's easier for people to hear, such as the audience for this podcast and the audience at the 92nd Street Y, that will be much more congenial for his audience. But it's not true. It's false. There's only one model that sustains Jewish identity, and it's a model that's painful and disciplined and requires an amount of self-abnegation that Dan does not want, that Dan himself will not practice. It's too painful for him. He wants the softer, easier way. He wants to advocate a softer, easier way, but he wants all the benefits that come with stronger in-group identity, right? He wants the benefits that come with a more traditional Jewish approach to life, but he doesn't want to pay the price for it. Right? This is cheap grace. What he is advocating, he is fooling himself. He fools anyone who takes him seriously. Why is he saying this narishkeit, this nonsense? Because of the incentive structure and because he doesn't want to face that he chooses a softer, easier life rather than doing the only thing that will sustain Jewish identity, and that is Orthodox Judaism.
These efforts to improve, the communications and the PR and help Israel, tell its story better, the TikTok, the algorithm, there's all this stuff.
Right. He poses as the guy willing to say the tough truths. He's willing to look reality in the face. he's got the solution to Jewish problems. But the dude, he won't sacrifice his own ambitions and his own pleasures to do the one thing that will achieve what he wants.
But even if we get all that right, it's still going to be awful, right? Because there's 60 million of us, and there's 8 billion people in the world. Like, the popularity of
So, to the best of my knowledge, nobody in this discussion is an Orthodox Jew. So they all promote in-group Jewish identity and Jewish strength and all these wonderful pro-Jewish things for which they get paid. They're all professional Jews to varying extents. All right, they all get paid money essentially to promote in-group Jewish identity, but none of them are willing to make the sacrifices to practice the one thing that actually accomplishes the goal. Instead, they promote things that simply don't work, that are just by comparison nonsense, and they see themselves and promote themselves as the tough truth tellers. But they flee from the truth because the truth requires more sacrifices than they want to make.
Semitic ideas is persistent. There's a reason.
Right. Dan Senor wants to be able to release his podcast on Shabbos. He doesn't want the restrictions that come with joining an Orthodox Jewish community. He wants the freedom to indulge in things that he couldn't indulge in if he were an Orthodox Jew. Therefore, he has to promote these lies, right? There's only one way that's been shown to sustain Jewish identity. There's only been one way that's been shown to promote the things that he's trying to promote, but he won't promote the one thing that works, right? He will promote a simulacra, a faux version, a bespoke version, a Dan Senor version that doesn't work, because he'd rather promote lies and nonsense and narishkeit, because there's an enormous audience and status and popularity that comes often with promoting lies rather than telling tough truths. I don't begrudge him, right? I don't think I'm a better man than he is, right? I'm such a flawed person myself. But come on, Dan, be real.
That's why it's called the oldest hatred. And no matter what we get right, it's still going to be out there. And our children are still going to stumble upon like offensive reels on TikTok or Instagram about Israel. And
is there any groups, children, who are not going to stumble on offensive posts and offensive reality? All right? The oldest hatred is that people tend to have negative views of strangers. That's the way the world has always been. I suspect this is the way the world always will be. And the more intense Jews grow in their in-group identity, the more strange they will become to their fellow citizens. The more intense Jews or any group becomes in their own in-group identity, in all likelihood, the less empathy and the less concern they will have for fitting in with non-Jews, which in turn will likely promote a backlash.
So our whole existence has to be, or not our whole existence, a big part of our efforts has to be about investing in creating informed, educated, proud, literate Jews. And there's only one proven.
It's just investing in creating informed, educated, proud, literate Jews. Okay, so this is a fancy way of talking about creating stronger in-group identity. So America offers many opportunities. America has intoxicating levels of freedom. You have to create something particularly intense if it's going to outcompete the freedom offered by America. And there's only one model that has had some success. And it's not the model that Dan and the Commentary magazine crew tend to push, right? It's a highly disciplined, restrictive, painful, narrowing way of life called Orthodox Judaism. But Dan doesn't want that, and the rest of the crew doesn't want this, because it would require too much sacrifice of their own ambitions, their own inclinations, their own easy, comfortable way of life.
Model to do that. The only proven model to do it. I'm not saying there aren't other, at least the only proven model to do it. It's
the only proven model to do it is Orthodox Judaism. It's not these non-Orthodox day schools, these non-Orthodox synagogues. There's no evidence that they do. In fact, all the evidence show that they don't sustain Jewish identity.
Scale is highly immersive experiences for young.
Highly immersive experiences for young people in Reform and conservative Jewish institutions are not particularly effective in sustaining Jewish identity compared to the model offered by more traditional forms of Orthodox Judaism.
Jews, Jewish day schools, Jewish summer camps, gap years in Israel. I mean, I focus on a couple of other areas too.
He doesn't want to describe the pain and the sacrifice that people have to engage in if they want to create the kind of strong, proud identity, right? He's just painting something that doesn't seem to require, a great deal of personal sacrifice. It only requires like an economic sacrifice by people to fund these things.
Which we can get into, but if you, because I deal with, spend a lot of time with a lot of people who want to do something, philanthropists, and they all want the silver bullet or this like.
Yeah, that's you, Dan. You're talking about yourself. You want a silver bullet that doesn't require great sacrifice, great pain, and you saying no to your own inclinations. You want the softer, easier way. You are unwilling to do the one thing that will sustain Jewish identity, but you will preach anywhere that will have you, the solution to these Jewish problems. And then you will promote nonsense because there's an enormous audience for nonsense, right? There is popularity and status to be gained retailing nonsense, right? And you promote yourself as a tough truth teller, right? The one that's got the answer, and you won't do the one thing that actually works.
Like science fiction solution that no one's thought of. And I say to them, guys, there's one thing that we know works. If you get Jews with
yes, there's one thing, and that's Orthodox Judaism. It's not Reformed Jewish day schools.
When they're young, and you put them in an immersive environment.
It's not LGBT clubs at Reform and Conservative Jewish day schools. Right? That is not going to sustain Jewish identity over the generations.
With their peers, with Jewish peers, and they're getting educated and being part of this community.
Right. He wants to get status, popularity, and money. Right, promoting a magic key that is not a magic key, that simply doesn't work. Now, would this work better than doing nothing? Yeah, this would do more towards sustaining Jewish identity than doing nothing. But overall, is it effective, what he's advocating? No. The only effective path requires tremendous pain, tremendous sacrifice, tremendous self-denial, self-abnegation, complete reorientation of the self from the individualist, ambitious view to a communal, tribal perspective.
Where it's not weird, it's not considered like.
Right, he's a big Jew, right? Very important Jew, very successful Jew, high status, highly popular, like must get a tremendous amount of love and applause. And everyone, big Jews, big Muslims, little Muslims, we all tend to say and do things to promote our own interests. And he's saying and doing things here to promote his own interests. But he is promoting his own interests and reaching for status and all the good things in life by telling lies, right? Non-Orthodox Jewish day schools don't sustain Jewish identity over generations. Only a way of life that is painful and sacrificing does it the Orthodox way.
Uncool. It's not. It's just like it's their world. It's a Jewish bubble. The odds when I go speak on campuses, and I've spoken on a lot of campuses over the last year and a half, the people.
So he's got some contempt for the Jewish bubble, but the only way to sustain Jewish identity in a free, exciting country like America is to raise your kids in a Jewish bubble and for you yourself to largely live in a Jewish bubble. Most Jews, if they do not live in a Jewish bubble, will move towards assimilation. The only way to sustain and retain Jewish identity is to live in a Jewish bubble. And when you live in a Jewish bubble, there are many advantages, right? It's easier to be committed to your traditional Jewish way of life. It's easier to connect with your fellow Jews in the Jewish bubble. Life usually works better for people with a more intense in-group identity than not having a strong, intense in-group identity. There is more of a possibility of feeling connected to God and to your ancestors and to the Jewish people. But it will also come at some prices, right? You will have less empathy and less concern about not just non-Jews, but non-Orthodox Jews. And having meaningful interactions with non-Orthodox Jews and non-Jews will be much more difficult if you choose to live in the bubble. Everything requires sacrifice.
People on the front lines are usually products of Jewish day schools, Jewish summer camps, one or the other or both, and many of them did gap years in Israel before they went to Israel. That's what works. And we're not investing in it.
So the people who know Jewish texts are overwhelmingly Orthodox. The people who practice Jewish rituals are overwhelmingly Orthodox. With few exceptions, the only strongly identifying Jewish communities are Orthodox. right? All these non-Jewish attempts to create strong in-group identity, if you experience them versus the Orthodox equivalent, right, the non-Orthodox attempts are all compromises with modernity. And it's very hard to get excited about a compromise. And that's not a line from me. That's from the conservative rabbi who wrote something like the book called When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Right? Reform and conservative Judaism may be more true, more wonderful in many ways, but they simply do not sustain Jewish identity over generations. And I had a profound point to make there that I have completely forgotten.
In it. These areas of Jewish life are chronically underfunded. So if we want to take October 7th or October 8th and say, we don't want.
Okay, you can lavishly fund the Jewish way of life and Jewish education. And that's not going to remove the element that the only way of sustaining Jewish identity over generations requires tremendous pain and sacrifice and narrowing of your concerns and a more tribal way of life that is largely removed from wider America. Right? It's only with pain that you can do that, and most people don't want the pain. And you can lavishly fund. You can try to promote that if we just fund this, that we can get what we want without paying the price. You can't. Right? There's only one way to get what you want, and that's to pay the price. And these attempts not to pay the price, right? I know this because I've lived my life trying to do the shortcuts, trying to take the easy way out, trying to avoid paying the price, and it does not work. Right? Look reality in the face, and if you really want something, pay the price.
Want to just go back to where we were October 6th. The real legacy of our time and our era will be if we come out of this horrendous period, not like where we were on October 6th, but better. So what would better look like? Better would look like a massive investment in the infrastructure of Jewish life.
So the path to status and popularity and wealth and success, right, is not co-equal with saying the truth. Right? Frequently telling the truth will make it much more difficult to achieve these things. Yeah, perhaps Jews just need more midnight basketball. Perhaps that will do it.
2% of the U.S. population, but according to the FBI, we are the target of 68% of all religion-based hate crimes.
And most of these religion-based hate crimes are trivial compared to normal amounts of human suffering, right? Compared to the suffering of the black community, where so many of their children are shot and traumatized by criminal violence. Right? We have it so easy compared to the quality of life for most people on earth. We have it so good. Right? Jews are about the richest, most powerful group in the United States and about the safest.
I recite the facts and statistics because the fire hose of anti-Semitism.
The fire hose of anti-Semitism, right, unleashed in the last year and a half, is a walk in the park compared to the obstacles faced by most people on earth, or compared to what Jews have faced down through history. But the audience wants to hear about how badly we're treated. So you're selling out on truth and profundity and accuracy and clarity by giving the audience what it wants, Dan.
Unleashed in the past year and a half has been so powerful that even now it's sometimes hard to keep track of it all on a weekly basis. So much just gets memory hold.
Now, so much here is not talking about Jews being killed, right? It's talking about, compared to normal levels of human suffering, events that are incredibly trivial. But when your life is overwhelmingly blessed and safe, you magnify the trivial because there are all these incentives to tell your in-group how badly you're being treated and how much you're being threatened.
I think we have a lot to worry about. Now,
and when he's talking about we have a lot to worry about, he's saying, what he's really saying is, if he's telling the truth, we have a lot to worry about because America has so many opportunities, because we are so blessed, we are so free, that for most Jews in America, the allures of living an American life are more powerful and more tempting and more rewarding than living a life of traditional self-denial that Orthodox Judaism requires, right? The big obstacle here is that Jews are incredibly free and privileged and blessed and have such abundance of choices that these choices are more appealing than the traditional way of life. Right? That's the allure. That's the danger. That the non-Jews like us. The non-Jews often love us. The non-Jews marry us. The non-Jews have sex with us. The non-Jews are wide open to doing business with us, to being neighbors with us. The non-Jews are so damn nice. That's the obstacle. That the non-Jews are so nice to us. Right? That's the real obstacle. It's not this fire hose of anti-Semitism. The real obstacle is that the non-Jews are so damn nice that it's easy to marry them. And if you are Jewish and you marry a non-Jew, it's going to be accompanied by a significant reduction in your in-group Jewish identity. And there are just so many temptations to assimilate that pretty much every group that moves into the advanced world, including Jews and Muslims and Christians, will assimilate. There are all these forces in the modern world that enable people to find comfort in things outside of the demands of traditional religion.
Let me tell you one place I'm not worried about today, the other center of world Jewry, Israel. Israel is.
So you can make very strong proclamations about, you're not worried about Israel. In an hour, like Iran might explode a nuclear bomb on Israel. Right? There are no guarantees in this world. So any strong proclamations, you're not worried about Israel, or you're not worried about this or that, will often just be completely exploded by reality, because we're all living in an iron cage together. Different groups have different interests. These interests clash. And so we live in a dangerous world where sometimes you have to go to war to survive.
Is more prominent and stronger than ever. Yes, I know there's the suspended disbelief, but Israel is stronger than ever. Now, if I'd said...
And someone could have said that October 6, 2023, before October 7, right? People were saying that. Jake Sullivan, I think the National Security Advisor for Joe Biden, published, I think, in Foreign Affairs about how the Middle East has never been more peaceful. Right? There will never be an end of history. Right? There will never be a time when different groups don't have different interests that often incentivize killing, terrorism, and war.
Said that 18 months ago, with Israel under attack on 7 fronts, from Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Iran, Syria, the West Bank, and UN bureaucrats.
And if you're an Arab or a Muslim, right, you can talk about how Arabs and Muslims and Palestinians have been under attack by Zionists. Right? You can make a very strong case for Arab suffering, for Muslim suffering, for Palestinian suffering. Right? These groups have suffered terribly. Right? A strong, powerful Israel means a less strong, weaker, more vulnerable situation for Israel's competitors in the Middle East. When one group rises in strength and power and influence, that comes usually at the expense of other groups who resent the powerful rising party.
You might have thought I'd lost the plot when I recorded the first of what became hundreds of podcast interviews the morning of October 8th. I remember having a conversation with my producer, Alon Benatar, where we honestly didn't know how Israel would survive it all.
Now, Israel's survival was never at stake in the October 7 crisis. But there's no audience for that. There's no in-group audience that will pay you, will honor you, will love you if you note the honest reality that at no point in Hamas's attack on October 7th or the days afterwards was Israel's survival at stake. It was never at stake. But it's such a dramatic thing to say. And it's so exciting to hear if you get a thrill running up and down your leg that your people's survival is at stake, your country's survival is at stake.
None of us did. But look at what's happened. Imagine telling Yahya Sinwar on October 6th that he and his senior leadership, including his brother, be partnering with Israel. I asked the distinguished British historian, Lord Andrew Roberts.
So what does it mean to be distinguished? Usually it means to be distinguished with a particular group, right? what constitutes an expert? An expert is usually someone that other experts in that domain say is an expert. And how do you achieve this status? By telling the people with the power to bestow upon you a lordship or a distinguished title or expert title by feeding back to them what they want to hear. And this often comes at the price of telling the truth.
A call me back guest. I asked him a couple days ago, is there any precedent for this? Has any country that we know of in history faced serious existential threats and in a single year flipped the dynamic so comprehensively on its head? And Professor Roberts, Lord Roberts, emailed me back and said, well, one has to go back to the late First French Republic, he wrote, in the late 18th century to find a precedent for quite such a series of stunning victories against multiple enemies on myriad fronts as Israel has reached.
So there is an enormous audience for talking about Israel's stunning victories. Not such a large audience for telling people that the only model to sustain Jewish identity is a path of tremendous sacrifice and pain and abnegation and a prioritizing of other people above yourself. Right? Not a big audience for that, but tell an audience about Israel's stunning military victories. That doesn't require anything of your audience. It's not painful. It doesn't ask for sacrifice. It's just a wonderful, fun thing to hear. It's just a jolly, jolly path to walk down.
Recently enjoyed. And for this, I would add, not just the Jewish people, but the entire civilized world owes a debt of gratitude to the men and women of the IDF, its reserves, and the families that support them.
Right, so power, popularity, status, right, they usually require focusing on something other than the truth. Right, the easy path is not usually the heroic path. Everyone wants to be a hero, but almost nobody wants to pay the price of being heroic. And telling the truth when it's unpopular is heroic, but it's not what Dan Senor here is engaged in. The rewards are just too great to go another direction.
College credit, but we need more. And we need to reframe the way we talk about this year, not as a delay, not as putting off college, but as a foundation for living a Jewish life. And here again, Jewish giving is not keeping up. I know too many American Jews graduating high school right now.
You cannot buy the rewards of the authentic traditional Jewish way of life. It can only be purchased at the price of pain and self-sacrifice, self-abnegation, saying no to yourself, disciplining yourself, narrowing the range of your concerns. People like Dan Senor talk as though you can buy. And if other people, like the rich Jews, the big Jews, if they just buy this for us, then we can have these wonderful things. Such an appealing message. Such an empty message. Right, that which is appealing, most glib is usually empty. This is empty.
Who say they'd love to do a gap year in Israel, but they can't afford to go into more student debt. If a Jewish kid heading to a U.S. campus first wants to spend a year in Israel developing that Jewish and pro-Israel muscle memory, building friendships with their Israeli...
So developing that pro-Jewish, pro-Israel muscle memory, that simultaneously means having a narrow worldview and less empathy and concern for non-Jews, right? You don't get to build in-group identity without it coming at a price. It's like learning another language. Right? Let's say you decide to learn Hebrew, right? You will pay a price in your English. You learn another language, you lose fluency with your original language, right? Everything comes with a price, right? You develop literacy in French, right? That will come at a price to your ability to articulate things in English. You develop a stronger in-group identity, you'll have less understanding, less empathy, less compassion for outsiders.
Israeli peers across the ocean, our community should do whatever necessary to make it happen.
All right, taking advantage of subsidized trips to Israel, right? will likely help Jewish in-group identity, but it's not going to be decisive compared to the pain and the sacrifice of living the traditional Orthodox way of life.
Day schools, camps, adult Jewish education, gap years, scaling these immersive Jewish experiences and investing in a higher education landscape where Jewish flourishing is celebrated would amount to nothing short of a Jewish renaissance. But this renaissance will...
So guess what? Jewish flourishing, just like gay flourishing or Christian flourishing or Muslim flourishing or, Korean flourishing, it often means that your rise then threatens other groups, right? Your group or you as an individual never get to rise in status and power. You never get to flourish without upsetting others, okay? You come from a particular family, and let's say you start flourishing and you start growing and you move out of the slot that your family has always put you in. This will be very discomforting for other members of your family. They will get upset and they will try to push you back into the slot that they have for you. Your flourishing comes at the price of the easy, lazy, safe assumptions that your rest of your family has for you, in all likelihood. Right? You grow and you may lose friends. You may disturb things in your family. Right? You may no longer be able to live where you live, worship where you worship. Right? There will be all sorts of repercussions. It's not as though human flourishing doesn't come at a price for those who aren't flourishing. All right? Others will resent you. They might hate you. They might cut off contact. Right? If you haven't lost friends, you likely haven't grown.
Will not come cheap. These programs are expensive. Just who is going to pay for it? The Jerusalem Talmud expresses amazement at the generosity of the Jewish people.
So there's only one group of Jews with a substantial and widespread amount of literacy in the Jerusalem Talmud. That's Orthodox Jews. Right? Orthodox Jewish learning in the Jerusalem Talmud or the Babylonian Talmud or any other traditional Jewish text is overwhelmingly among the Orthodox. Right? Jewish blogging has been dominated by those in Orthodox Judaism. Right? The people who have literacy in Jewish text and who practice traditional Jewish rituals and live in a Jewish community and sacrifice for Jewish concerns are overwhelmingly the Orthodox. And compared to their contributions in these areas, the contributions by the 80% of the rest of world Jewry are small.
One cannot understand the nature of this people, one clever text reads. If appealed to for the golden calf, they give. If appealed to for the sanctuary, they give. Jewish philanthropists are extraordinarily generous. In just 1 year, one generous donor, Ruth Gottesman, committed $1 billion to Einstein Medical School to make it tuition-free. Jews are disproportionately represented on every list of...
So Wolf's friend 42 says, please remove the moderator status from me. I don't want that responsibility. Thanks for the offer, though. So moderator status is not given to those who want it. It is given to those who earn it.
Prominent philanthropists. The Talmud was right. This is a giving people. When asked, we say yes. But here's the uncomfortable truth.
So he's not giving many uncomfortable truths. He's telling his audience what it wants to hear. Jews are oppressed. Jews are perceived wrongly. Jews are wonderful. Jews are victims.
The overwhelming majority of Jewish philanthropic dollars go to non-Jewish causes. I saw one statistic.
Most American Jews identify more as American than Jew. Right? That doesn't make them bad. Right? It makes them bad for those for whom the only authentic way of being Jewish is Orthodox. But most American Jews, perhaps like most, Japanese Americans, are much more American than they are aligned with their ethnicity.
Of 33 Jewish individuals on a Forbes 400 list with publicly reported charitable giving, no more than 11% of their giving went to Jewish causes.
Okay. I listened to an interview with Michael Beckley, who's a political scientist, international relations scholar, And you'll be shocked to learn that he has some concerns about Trump's America First policies.
Very aware of. My main focus is China, and the Chinese are always talking about how the United States has this allied advantage. The fact that so many countries, and especially that first island chain.
So I put a greater priority on our alliances and on our allies than does the president, right? I differ with MAGA, right? I think alliances are useful, and I don't like the way that Donald Trump denigrates our allies for trivial reasons.
In East Asia are aligned with the United States, host American troops, integrate their militaries with the U.S. Obviously, if you're slapping tariffs on friend and foe alike and basically telling allies they have to pay up or get out, that also will sever one of those critical tools of American influence. So, we'll have to see how this all plays out, but there's no deterministic element here. These are tools, a good hands that the United States has, but it can easily squander it by playing it poorly.
Before we dig in on alliances, I think it's the other parts of the destruction or disruption that we've seen in the last few months really pertains to kind of the tools of American power. And you could talk about kind of U.S. aid and humanitarian assistance. You could look at changes to the State Department. Do you see that as a meaningful weakening of American global influence or reinforcement of this hollow internationalism? Or is that a kind of overly gauzy, sentimental view of how American power works in the world? I mean, you could say that those are good things for the United States to do, but is that less central to American power than some of the advocates of those kinds of activity would suggest?
So I think in an absolute sense, it is a weakening of American influence, because I just think bombs and bullets are blunt tools and costly tools of influence. You've had secretaries of defense say, look, if you slash the State Department's budget, I'm going to need a lot more ammunition, because that basically means you're going to let states fail that might otherwise have been propped up.
Yeah, if we don't subsidize gay versions of Sesame Street in Bolivia, if we don't subsidize transsexual surgeries in Afghanistan, then we're going to need a lot more guns and bullets, guys.
To let conflicts escalate that could have been bought off through aid and development projects. And you're just not going to have the diplomatic levers to pull if there is a crisis and you need to make a phone call. So
look, soft power is gay, soft power is soft, right? What accounts for power in the world is overwhelmingly economics and military. The U.S. has the world's strongest economy. The U.S. has the world's strongest military, right? If we fail to subsidize this or that LGBTQ theatrical production, it's not going to precipitate World War III.
Severing those, you're basically saying, well, we're just going to see what happens and then come in with the military and do missile strikes and drone strikes, I guess, to try to get our way out of this problem. But, I think this is going to be a constant theme, is that as bad as things could get for the United States with this more unilateral.
Okay, so we have a rebellion in the chat, and I must address this right now. Wolf's friend says, no one has the right to transcript someone against their will. And yet it happens all the time, right? If you are employed, right, you have to do what your employer wants, or you will no longer have a job. If you are a member of a strongly identifying religious community, you cannot defy your group's leadership, right? A Hasidic Jew who defies the wishes of his Rebbe is not a Hasidic Jew. He has ceased to be Hasidic, right? You don't go along with what your teachers ask you to do in school. You are not going to succeed in your education. Much of education is simply the willingness to go along with what your teachers and the people in authority want you to do. You want to play on an athletic team, right? Your wishes are not going to be the top priority for your coach. And you're not going to get to participate in your team if you don't at times subordinate your wishes to wider society. If you are religious or you believe in God, then you again have to subordinate many of your own preferences for the preferences of higher power or the community or those in authority. And so I got shocking news for you. The world does not run on rights. Rights are a useful construct in certain circumstances. People from Northern Europe have created countries that have many wonderful parts to them that are based on rights, but a life looked at through the prism of rights does not correspond to reality. If you look at the world through the prism of rights, you're at war with reality, right? You are not born with inalienable rights, right? That is a construct of a particular worldview that is at war with reality, but can be sustained in certain societies, in certain situations, right? You are primarily born into a family, an extended family, a tribe, and a nation where you're going to have responsibilities and expectations, and it's not going to primarily revolve around your rights. Now, I love it that we have rights in the United States, and I love many of the blessings of these Northern European original societies that valorize rights, right? They're great, but they're not inherent in reality. They're an artificial construct at varying degrees of war with reality, and often we are blessed when we believe in things that are not true. But a worldview that takes as its foundation that individuals have rights is at war with reality, and they're usually more clear worldviews than that.
Lateral and roguish turn, I think it's actually going to be much worse for most of the other countries in the world because the United States has this relatively safe piece of territory and tons of resources and leads in many industries. And so even if the rest of the world burns, the United States will do worse in an absolute sense, but relative to other countries that critically depend on open sea lanes basically for survival, it's going to be in a much worse kind of state. So that's ultimately what I worry about is the broader community in which Americans live, even if America could do better in a relative sense just by trying to wring out every ounce of wealth and power from other countries and then cut any kind of fluff like foreign aid or diplomacy and soft power.
You also note in the recent piece about unilateralism that the U.S. just depends so much less on trade and global economy than almost any other big country does.
Yeah, so trade is something like 11% of GDP, and a third of that is with Canada and Mexico. And frankly, that's in the current system. But if we were to enter a much more mercantilist, autarkic international system, the United States could also reset up a bunch of industries that it's just chosen for reasons of labor arbitrage or whatever to have in other countries and to trade. But the United States could really pull up the drawbridge in big ways, especially if it integrates with the rest of North America, which has more than 500 million people living in it. It has tons of natural resources. You have different levels of economic development between the United States and Mexico that allow for gains from trade, and you have Canada, which controls this vast Arctic space that's opening up. So it really is a major hub, and if the United States were to consolidate that, it could be a fortress economy that will be poorer overall than in a wonderful globalized world, but it would be a relatively safe fortress if the world goes in a much more dangerous direction.
So the notion of America first, even if America is stronger vis-a-vis its rivals, that's not something that's appealing to the universalist globalist outlook of Michael Beckley and most academics, right? He recognizes that America might be stronger and more secure and more prosperous on a relative basis than its rivals, but he does not find that satisfying. It's not normal and natural for academics to have a nationalist perspective.
Direction.
So you don't seem like a huge advocate of the kind of unilateral turn, and I would say that many others in the foreign policy world would probably be even harsher about it than you are. Why is it such a kind of core feature of American foreign policy in your view across multiple administrations? What are the drivers of this unilateralist turn after?
And Wolf's friend says, so I must do your work for you? Evil. No, you don't have to do anything, bro. You are a free entity. Go live and be well. Right? I don't expect anything from you. Right? I don't think I appeal for donations. I don't think I ask pretty much anything from my audience. You are an autonomous, strategic individual. You have the pleasures of a buffered identity. You, with the power of your own rationality, you can decide right and wrong, meaning, purpose, what is transcendent, what is true, what is the best thing to do, all from within the bubble of your own existence. You can plot out how you wish to lead your life, right? You have a strategic, autonomous, rationalist, buffered identity. And I want you to thrive. And it doesn't matter to me, that much to, whatever extent you wish to participate in this community. Of course, I find it flattering that you pay me any mind.
Several decades of a much more kind of global, liberal internationalist view of American power.
Well, I think the first point is that the United States is a young and constantly evolving nation. Even 150 years ago, the United States didn't even fully control the territory that it owns of its homeland. It was still fighting wars against native nations and had just recently booted out European powers. And so it's constantly evolving. And so this liberal order, this very bizarre situation where the United States has signed security defense pacts with dozens of countries, where the United States is supposed to keep its market open so that other countries can sell into it, where the U.S. Navy is patrolling sea lanes or launching missile strikes against the Houthis or whoever else threatens that, and where the U.S. maintains the dollar as the reserve currency and basically limits certain privileges that it otherwise might have. That's a very unusual thing for any country to do. And if you look at U.S. history, really prior to 1945, the United States requires doing this diplomacy with allies from multiple different regions. I mean, the United States, if there's a massive war with China, presumably the United States is going to want to try to cut China off from oil and energy. Making sure that you're working with allies in the Middle East and Europe, I think, would be critical to that kind of theater widening strategy. And the United States is a maritime power. If you're a maritime power, you don't want to engage the continental power at their strongest point just solely with the military instrument. You want to open up new fronts and overstretch their forces and frankly, try to rent partners who are going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you on the ground. All of that requires moving beyond what I see as a myopic focus on like transferring some missiles from one area to another, and making sure that a carrier battle group is not stuck in the Mediterranean, and really focusing on the long-term coalition building before the war breaks out.
Let's linger for a bit on decision-making in Beijing, because so much of your academic and analytical work has focused on China over the years. As you've watched the Chinese leadership's response to Trump over the last few months, what has struck you in their move so far? And do you see a kind of coherent strategy behind it? Do you see a theory of the case in Beijing as they try to make sense of Trump?
They're trying to spin it like a big win that Chairman Xi stood up to the United States and the United States came crawling back. I actually see it as the opposite. The Chinese very much realize that they depend heavily on exports.
Oh, that's not the perspective that you get in the mainstream media. It was all about how China had the whip hand.
Their whole economic model is using subsidies to prop up manufacturing industries and then dump them internationally. And so if the United States is going to slap 145% tariffs on them and basically embargo China, that's going to be absolutely devastating for China's economy at a very difficult moment when it's already dealing with demographic issues, with massive debt, with the meltdown of the property sector, which has erased trillions of dollars from the wealth of the Chinese people. So I think they need some economic reprieve because they're gearing up to try to accomplish big geopolitical objectives. Xi has made pretty clear that it's just a question of when, not if, China tries to unify Taiwan. He's staked out claims in the East and South China Seas. He's been picking a fight with India. And so the last thing that Xi needs to deal with is also an economic crisis that had really rapid effects on the Chinese economy. You saw exports to the U.S. plummet. You saw factories closing all over the place in China and surging unemployment. So I think they needed some reprieve from that economic pain. It's not a concession in the sense that they're going to give up. And in fact, this is why I'm very pessimistic about the U.S.-China relationship going forward, that they have these conflicting interests that just are not going to get fundamentally resolved. And this trade truce does not resolve that. But I think they wanted some reprieve because their economy is in a delicate state and because they're trying to focus on gearing up for these broader geopolitical objectives.
You know, it's become very kind of main.
Okay, having a conversation with Wolf's friend. You demand that I moderate your channel. No, bro, I don't demand anything from you. By giving you moderator status, I ensure that the other moderators can't delete things that you say. So I want you to be you, I want you to be your best self, and I want you to feel free to say opinions that offend others. And Wolf's friend says, I will never see your channel again. Fine. I am not terribly invested in improving the number of people who watch my channel. If this is useful to you, then I want you to do everything that's good for you. But if this is not good for you, then never watch it again. I think there are some people for whom I might be a useful watch. There are other people, most people are better served doing other things with their time. I deliberately restrict the brilliance of my comments, the power of my charisma, right, to not overwhelm people so that they can exercise freedom of choice in their own best interests, right? I'm not a guru. I'm not here to create followers. I'm not here to mesmerize. And it's so tiring for me to just constantly be holding down on my natural brilliance and charisma. But that's my commitment to you, that I don't want to overwhelm you. I'm like God who like withdraws a little bit from humanity so that humanity can have freedom of choice. Right? I want you to enjoy full freedom of choice without being mesmerized by my brilliance and charisma. And you don't even need to thank me for this. Right? It's fine.
He's not bound by the fear of failure as much. Like, he doesn't want to fail, but he's such a good kind of salesman that, like, he will charge the hill. If it doesn't go well, he's going to pivot. He's going to tell you, you know, why it's good. He's going to attack his enemies. And that front foot posture allows him to be very nimble and very aggressive, whereas so many other politicians just live in fear of failure and negative headlines and how am I going to get at? And I think it's one of his better attributes as a leader. Sometimes it goes to his detriment, but on a trip like this, you see it.
Yeah. You know, the full story of how Trump survived the Access Hollywood tape has never actually been told. Some of it has, but the full story hasn't. And in that period of 3 or 4 days, Trump made these kind of decisions with great instincts and ferocity and confidence, even as he recognized the existential threat. And I think it's just, I don't know that if you're a Democrat who wants to be a president or you just want to be up against Trump successfully, I don't know if it's something you can learn or improve at, but Trump has it innately. And it's just an incredible advantage.
It's confidence.
I can't, there are days when you literally are thinking defeat is standing right in front of you. And he, to Dan's point, he's like, great, then go the other way, grab that other thing and call it. And you're like, I just, you're right. I've never seen anybody do it like.
So Axios had a fascinating article this week. Here's the headline from Axios. Biden officials awed by Trump's rule-breaking Middle East moves. Right? You expect that? President Trump's recent series of audacious foreign policy moves have astounded even some of his harshest critics. Right? In the past week, Trump has met with a leader that the U.S. officially considers a terrorist, right? The leader of Syria, announced that he'll lift all sanctions on Syria, cut a truce with the Houthis, a hostage deal with Hamas, both of which excluded Israel. Right? Biden administration veterans who spoke with Axios grudgingly salute his boldness. Gosh, I wish I could work for an administration that could move that quickly, one admitted. He does all this in this kind of silence. It's met with a shrug. Says another. Trump has the ability to do things politically that previous presidents did not because he has complete, unquestioned authority over the Republican caucus. And how did he get that? In part by, oh my gosh, he bullied people. It's hard not to be simultaneously terrified at the thought of the damage he can cause with such power and be awed by his willingness to brazenly shatter so many harmful taboos. On issue after issue, Donald Trump is taking steps no recent president would even have considered. He abandoned the unified position to back Ukraine as long as it takes by negotiating directly with Vladimir Putin and declaring that Kiev will never get Crimea back and must cut a deal now. He inserted himself directly into the Kashmir crisis, something past presidents avoided doing so as to not antagonize India. He endorsed direct talks with Iran. He shrugged off hawks at home and abroad who tied the Obama and Biden administrations in knots. Right? The leader of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, is loath to cross Trump. On Syria, Trump's own State Department espoused a policy similar to Biden's. Sanctions relief must be possible if the leader meets a whole series of criteria. Right? That was the way things worked until Trump decided they didn't work that way. So clearly the right decision, said Ben Rhodes, national security aide to President Obama. I don't know why Joe Biden didn't do this. I don't like Trump's motivations, Rhodes says, but one thing you will say, he's not tied to this constant fear of some bad faith right-wing attacks or stupid blob type. We don't do this. We must leverage the sanctions for that. No, sometimes you just have to try something different. Right? Most shockingly, Trump authorized direct talks with Hamas that Israel only learned about through espionage. Right, Trump's envoy for everything. We've never had anyone like Steve Witkoff. Used back-channel talks with Hamas to negotiate the release of Israeli-American hostage, undercutting Israel's negotiating tactics. Witkoff doesn't have to look over his shoulder as much as others have. He doesn't have to have the Secretary of Defense on board or the Secretary of the Treasury on board or the head of the CIA on board. He just does it. Right, Biden administration considered but rejected opening direct talks with Hamas. All right, if the Biden administration has done something like this, Bibi would have gone out guns blazing. All right, Bibi is keeping quiet with Trump. This is fascinating.
Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton has the same thing. Bill Clinton was down and out, but he was less decisive than Trump. Bill Clinton would agonize over decisions, and Trump consults. But when there's a deadline to decide, Trump just decides. And again, for those who want to say I'm here praising Trump and saying he's the greatest thing ever, this is just facts, guys. So understand, it's just a fact about Trump. Now, this is germane for our next topic, which is Iran. There are people on Red Twitter and in the columns who are on the right, neocons, I don't know what you want to call them, but who are hostile towards Iran and distrustful, who say basically tautologically, there's no deal with Iran they'd like. Right. And this is like my friend Mark Wallace, who has worked tirelessly. Ambassador Wallace has worked tirelessly on this issue. And he and I have talked about this many times. There's just a school, the Spicer Wallace school, that says if it's a deal with Iran, it's bad. And you say, well, let me tell you the details of the deal and how good it is for us. And also let me tell you what the alternatives are to no deal and how bad those are. And the Wallace Spicer school says, don't care. It's a deal with Iran. It's bad. They can't be trusted. And so that school says sanctions, rhetoric,
blockade,
military threats, blockade. And so, but nonetheless, Donald Trump has spoken in the last 24 hours very positively about the prospects of a deal. So, Sean, I ask you, are you willing to look at a deal?
Right, this is Halperin talking with Rich Lowry.
Well, it's not as great as the first month or two, but that's kind of inevitable, right, Mark? The first month or two, you control events as the president, and then inevitably things happen to you. And the first thing that happened to him was Signalgate. Not a huge event, but it shifted the narrative a little bit. But I think the tariffs are the big story, and that's not something that was done to Trump. It's something he did. He had to touch the hot stove. He was warned by people, don't do it this way. There's going to be a big market reaction and real economic turmoil in the country. But because he's such a deep believer in tariffs, he went and did it, and he got the reaction, and now he's pulling it back. So the optimistic scenario continues to have various deals with other countries, gets the big beautiful bill. There's some still economic disruption just based on what's happened to this point, but no recession, and you move on from there. But I think that's the biggest story of the Trump presidency so far.
I want to read you something I read this morning and see if you agree with it or not. It's the person wrote, Trump prides himself on his deal making, but he hasn't gotten anything from the UK or China over the last week that he couldn't have achieved with much less disruption. You wrote that. So
I know what Trump hater, I know what Trump writer came up with that, Mark.
Yeah, you probably agree with it. I want to challenge you. I'm not sure about the UK because I don't really understand that deal, but I want to challenge you about China.
Yeah.
Because while there's no final deal yet, I would argue that Trump did get something from China that he couldn't have gotten without the threat, which is he's got their attention. Say again?
Just being at the table.
Yeah, he's got their attention, and he proves to them, if the reports out of China are true, and I hear this, I read this from others, but I hear it from people I know who do business in China, he proved he could disrupt their economy to an extent that threatened Xi's ability, not just for economic vibrancy, but for controlling the country.
Right, so think about how much the narrative has changed, right? For the first few days after Liberation Day, it was all about what a disaster this is destroying trillions of dollars of wealth. And now that the stock market has rebounded to be even higher than it was on Liberation Day, so the narrative has changed to, oh, Trump could have achieved all this without that disruption and that scare. But there is a good argument that that perspective is not true. All right, Donald Trump frightened China. He frightened other countries, thus incentivizing them to cut a trade deal.
And I think that there's a lot of value in that, because to me, the whole game here, not just on economics and tariffs, but on security and diplomacy and spheres of influence, is getting leverage over Xi, because Xi is a master, not like Putin, of not allowing there to be leverage over him by an American president. I think Trump.
So all the mainstream media was about how China had the leverage over Trump in America. But maybe that's not so obvious.
Got something huge from China, which is, again, Xi now gets it. He can't just ignore what Trump wants to do with trade and of these other issues. So do you want to revise and extend, or tell me I'm...
I think that's a good counterpoint. I'm not sure that Trump that they were ever discounting Trump or not paying serious attention to him. And there's a mutual blinking here. So that's sort of the optimistic take from the U.S. perspective is he realizes how vulnerable he is. On the other hand, he knows how vulnerable we are, right? And Trump blinked because there was a prospect of empty store shelves, of higher prices, of small businesses going extinct if you just pulled the rug out in terms of a relationship with China. So I just think in general, maybe you're right about China, but even if you are, really, the UK, we couldn't just sit down with the UK without this huge tariff threat. And all, Vietnam, really, if Trump came to them and said, I'm going 45% of you guys in 90 days, unless we sit down and talk, they're not going to talk. They will. And my worry is geopolitically that because we've tariffed everyone, including our allies, it's a benefit to China because they have the opportunity now to go cut deals with all these countries and say, look, we're more reliable than the United States. We're not going to pull the rug out from under you. When the play would have been, to the extent we're upset with our allies and various restrictions on our stuff, go work that out with them, try to do it behind closed doors, and then ring fence China, and then deal with China from a position of strength where you have all these better deals with the allies.
I get that argument, but I'd say two things that I think are at least plausibly true, and I think they animate Trump's perspective. One is that I believe we can make up with these countries. I don't believe that the damage is irreparable, even with Canada, because they need the United States so much, and because there is so much goodwill. And the other is the first question we were talking about vis-a-vis China, which is, could you have gotten these things without walking into their homes and breaking their China and saying, now you're going to need new China? I just don't think, using the other meaning of China, I just don't think that's true. At least I don't think it's obviously false. I think the whole point of what Trump was doing was to say, again, it's some of the stuff he did in foreign policy in the first term. I'm a fucking crazy person. Like, I'll do anything. I'll say we're going to annex Canada. I will say and do anything. Now do I have your attention? Let's fix this. And the reality is, And this is, again, I believe the president's point of view. They say they're our friends, and they're so affronted that we're talking to them negatively. Buy our beef, buy our products, like fund NATO the way you're supposed to. Like, they haven't really done a good job of living up to the friendship for decades on economics and on NATO when it comes to Europe. So he needs to get their attention, and he needs to get their focus off of the status quo. Again, I'm not a full supporter of it, but I see that argument. And I think people who discount it and say, well, you've made the French and the Canadians mad, we have a right to be mad.
Yeah, so I've always been a big fan of I'm an effing crazy person argument. I think there's a lot of deterrent power and being perceived that way. But I think since that is already his image, that he could have gone into a room or sent someone to the room and say, look, this guy is an effing crazy person. So let's talk now, or in 90 days, you don't want to see what's coming. And that would have gotten their attention the same way this did. But the downside of this, Mark, is there's been real economic harm, right? You've had businesses not knowing whether they're going to get their stuff from China in the container ships. And we stopped it because of the risk of what we're going to do to our...
We stopped it partially, right? There are still all sorts of tariffs in place that we added. It's just that they seem inconsequential compared to the amount that was threatened.
I don't know if we'll defeat anti-Semitism, but the one sure way we'll survive is for Jews to be Jewish.
So the central, I wouldn't say conceit, but what you're talking about here is the idea of providing the next generation of Jewish people, and by definition, then the generations that follow, with a daily sense.
Jewish people is such a euphemism, right? Just say Jews.
Of the value, the intrinsic value of having this identity.
So if he really believed in the intrinsic value of having Jewish identity, he'd be Orthodox, because there's no other way of having a Jewish identity that shows that it can sustain itself over generations. So all these pious words said by people who don't want to be discomforted and don't want to make the sacrifices necessary for the one thing that actually works.
That they're going to have anyway. They're going to have it whether they want to or not. That's, of course, the lesson of the oldest hatred is you can assimilate, you can...
And Laponius says that Trump wants a very strong dollar. Where on earth do you get that? Right? There's absolutely no basis to say that.
You can convert to Christianity. You can do whatever you want to do.
Anti-Semitism has historically been very adaptive.
Right.
Whatever solution you got.
Yes, Jewish identity is a racial identity. It's not just a racial identity. It's also an ethnic identity and a cultural identity, right? You can have racial nationalism and ethnic nationalism and ideological nationalism. There are many varieties and many beauties to the nationalist experience. So just because you believe in civic nationalism doesn't mean you can't recognize that there is usually a racial component to nationalism and an ethnic component and a cultural component. These different forms of nationalism or group identity, they're not exclusive, right? Jews were commonly referred to as a race. Then that became politically incorrect. It doesn't mean that it's not true. Jews are a race. They're a people. They're an ethnicity. They're a people, race, and ethnicity that has a religion which Jews may or may not participate in it. So people have complicated identities. They have many different types of identities. And racial identity usually plays a role in someone's life. And sometimes racial identity is more important than their professional identity. Now, the more prestigious your professional identity, right, the more likely that identity will come to the fore in your life. If it's more prestigious to have a religious identity than a racial identity, then you may phrase things in terms of your religious identity. It doesn't mean that racial identity is not playing a big role in your life. You just respond to clues that that's not a cool thing to say. So you may be much more comfortable with the idea of Jews and Judaism as a culture, and you will just express your in-group identity as a cultural identity, and you will keep quiet on the religious or the racial component, right? Race is real, race matters, but it doesn't matter the identical way in every situation to all people, right? If you have a high status profession, you will likely have a primary identity revolving around your high status profession. We will all naturally emphasize that part of our identity which is the most socially acceptable and gets you the most love and the most popularity and the most kudos. It doesn't mean that that also corresponds exactly with reality.
The anti-Semites can
Yeah,
they'll
they'll
do a
say
workaround.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't count.
Right.
You haven't changed. Nothing will change. The problem is inherent to you. And Jews have often taken this tack of saying we're not going to threaten. We're going to like.
Yes, I've dated black women. I've slept with black women. I've had orgasms inside of black women. I have an acquaintance of an acquaintance who, after he got divorced, he dated nothing but black women for a year because he found them so grateful and amenable. I've dated Asian women. I don't think I've ever dated a Latino. I haven't had that privilege.
Crawl into a little ball where we're going to be as inoffensive as possible, or we're going to try to join you and get out of our own bubble, as you describe it. And you're basically saying Jews need to understand that the bubble is good, that the bubble is the world's oldest and one of its most profound civilizational advances.
I may have been unfair, unkind, overly critical, too harsh, too often, and too much to my friend Laponius, because he just provided a link. Strong dollar versus weak dollar. President Trump is of two minds when it comes to America's currency. Laponius, I stand corrected. Laponius, you make me want to be a better man. Laponius, you complete me. Thank you for pointing out when I was wrong, and I apologize for attacking you. You did not deserve that. You were but a humble servant of the truth. And here I am, in my arrogance, my self-centeredness, making all sorts of privileged, white privileged, racist, just bad, bigoted, completely assured without knowledge, having contempt prior to investigation. And you have revealed my empty shell. You have revealed the hole in my soul. You have revealed my war with reality. And I am a better man that you are in my life. Thank you.
And that it's not just that you have Seinfeld and a bagel and Fiddler on the Roof. You have the Torah and the Talmud and 3,000 years of history and discoveries in Israel of coinage that show continued presence in the Holy Land from 2,500 years ago. Literal physical evidence of this, and that somehow this tiny little people has managed to survive throughout almost all of recorded human history, while thousands of comparable tribes have disappeared from the face of the earth. Why is that?
Well, you also have community, which is, I think, part of what Dan is describing. Right. It's education and community that lead to ideas.
And it's absolutely an unbearable community for some people, right? Some people grow up in traditional, tight-knit Jewish community, and it's absolutely unbearable. And they want to go out and suck cock, or they want to eat non-kosher food, or they want to experience much more of life than is possible for them in their Orthodox Jewish identity. So everything comes with an enormous price. And if you haven't grown up with close-knit group identity, with a highly ritualized community, it's very difficult to join and convert to and be at ease. Right? It's very difficult coming from a Protestant, non-ritualistic identity and then converting to a ritualistic identity. It's very difficult coming from Protestantism, where you pray spontaneously, to ritualized prayer. Right? It's very difficult, very challenging, very uncomfortable to come from the individualist Protestant faith-based approach to religion to the ritualized traditional communal approach.
Identity and attachment, right? And so what you're calling the bubble, John, I mean, that's family observance, that it's education, right? So day school experience, you're educated in, but you're also, you're with other Jews for 8 to 12 years, depending on how far you do it. And then if you do the gap year in Israel, or if you go frequently to Israel, not just one birthright trip.
So I have a personality, which I think is in large part genetic, that enjoys the company of other Jews. But other people will have a genetic-based personality that does not particularly enjoy community with other Jews, right? Different people are made differently and enjoy different company. So for some people, tight-knit community will be intrusive, it will be suffocating, it will be absolutely unbearable. and they will flee from it, right? I don't know what percentage of kids who are raised Orthodox Jews in Israel and America stay Orthodox, but may not be more than 50%. Right? It's not at all clear that even though Orthodox Jews have had more success sustaining Jewish identity over the generations, it's not definitively clear that that is some kind of guaranteed ticket, right? A large number of people raised Orthodox Jews leave Orthodox Judaism because by and large, since the Enlightenment, we have seen that when Jews have the choice between being Orthodox and not being Orthodox, they prefer not to be Orthodox because the Orthodox way of life comes with too many restrictions on their freedom. And this notion that there is this congenial, happy, high-intensity Jewish way of life that doesn't require a tremendous amount of sacrifice and self-abnegation and self-discipline is a delusion.
Right? You're embedded in a community. And of course, the temptation of assimilation since the 19th century has always been leaving the community in the sea of gentility and joining the law.
So Laponius poses a provocative question that you don't hear discussed nearly enough in academic literature. I don't know why Harvard and the University of Pennsylvania and Columbia University maintain a firewall of silence around this challenging question. Do you think it's healthy for a group to suck its own collective dick so much, Mr. Ford? I find it a bit nauseating. Well, I have an insight that's going to forever change your life. Every group has opinions about itself and practices and rituals and values that many outsiders will find nauseating. And this is equally true of Jews as it is of Catholics, as it is of Muslims. It may even be true of some forms of homosexual identity or gay bathtub life. It's not bathtubs. What are those places that used to spread a lot of AIDS, right? Every intense in-group form of identity is going to have mindsets, perspectives, rituals, values that will nauseate outsiders. So it is worth asking, if you enjoy the privileges of an intense in-group identity, periodically just check in and ask yourself, what would this attitude, perspective, ritual, practice, value, what would this look like to disinterested outsiders? And then perhaps make a public presentation that is more amenable and less likely to provoke a nauseated reaction from outsiders. Right? You don't want to needlessly nauseate people if you can still remain authentic.
Larger community, which is so, I mean, as Dan said, it's innumerable compared to the size of the Jewish community. So I think that's an amazing summary of your speech, Dan. And I think it's the point cannot be driven home enough that the very generous philanthropists who are doing the God's work on the front lines of the fight against anti-Semitism.
So the chat says the Orthodox have to sneak into the Asian massage parlor so nobody sees. Well, there is no group of men that is immune from sexual temptation. And the more money you have, the more chances you have of sexually straying, right? The more opportunities you have, the more likely you are to stray. So just because someone is an honest accountant doesn't mean that he's going to be honest with his spouse. Just because somebody is religious, whether of the Jewish, Christian, Buddhist, Baha'i, Muslim variety, right, doesn't mean it's more likely that they are honest in business. Just because someone's honest in business doesn't mean that they don't purchase the services of escorts. Right? The more freedom, the more power, the more opportunity, the more resources people have, the more likely they are to indulge themselves. One thing I do notice in Orthodox Jewish life is often they indulge themselves by buying a sports car or by buying particularly expensive food or wine or vacations if they have the resources instead of screwing around. So getting a hand job at an Asian massage parlor is not the only way to give yourself a little bit of pleasure, right? But for thousands of people around the world, right, they find far more pleasure listening to my insights about life than from purchasing hand jobs at Asian massage parlors.
Also need to make a serious investment in Jewish education, because as a parent of day school students, I know that day schools are.
And Laponius says that some practices by outgroups are sick. So at best, right, the practices of religions different from your own will appear sick. At best, right? If you have an authentic religious, strongly identifying in-group identity, the practices of other groups at best will seem sick, right? In all likelihood, they will seem downright satanic. So if you are a fair dinkum Protestant, fair dinkum Catholic, fair dinkum Orthodox Jew, fair dinkum Muslim, right, the practices of all other religions at best will just simply be nauseating, right? They're very likely to strike you as downright evil and satanic, right? We all assume that the hero system that we inherit from our community, our tribe, our extended family is the one true hero system, and every other hero system is a compromise with truth. It's a compromise with God's will. It's nauseating at best. But the hero system that we inherit from our upbringing is not co-equal with reality.
Chronically underfunded, and it's a terrible mistake that, that Jewish communal leaders are making.
About 5% of non-Orthodox Jewish kids in America today go to Jewish day schools. That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's losing a generation and a generation.
And we looked at...
You know why we had an explosion of Jewish day schools in Los Angeles? Because people wanted their children to have a deeper experience of the Jewish way of life, because Jews in Los Angeles wanted their kids to grow Jewishly, to develop more literacy with regard to Hebrew and the sacred texts of the Jewish tradition. No. The reason we had an explosion of Jewish day schools in Los Angeles is that we had busing, and Jewish parents didn't want their kids going to school with black kids, so instead they sent them to non-Orthodox Jewish day schools. Tough but fair.
And preparing on the speech, I looked at Jewish, the Jewish community is historically the most generous demographic in American Jewish life, philanthropically. It's not even close. And yet when you look closer, Matt, what's upsetting is that the overwhelming majority, and there are notable exceptions, but...
So why do Jews give so much to philanthropy? Because they have above average IQs, and groups with above average IQs tend to generate above average economic returns, and the ways that people feel good about themselves vary on the IQ and financial scale. So if you're rich, right, you can, to some extent, you can purchase your good name. And even if you've engaged in some illegal, morally questionable behavior that has enabled you to accumulate wealth, you can also often purchase your good name. So people like esteem, and if people have the ability to purchase esteem, they will try to purchase esteem. And sometimes that will correlate with the general good, or sometimes that will correlate with the tribal good. But people who need people and want the esteem of other people, people like us, we are the luckiest people in the world. I'm so grateful you're in my life.
For many Jewish philanthropists, the overwhelming majority of their donations go to non-Jewish causes. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't still give to the kind of broader civic square, but imagine if, just last week, John Gray, who's the president of the Blackstone Group, announced, flew to Israel with his wife, Mindy Gray, and they announced they're making a $125 million donation to the Tel Aviv University Medical Center, which is great, by the way. And I know John Gray, and I celebrated his decision publicly. It's great. I hope it encourages other people. But my question or challenge, if you were like, who are going to be the John Grays who make that kind of bet on American Jewish life?
So in regional Australia, people rarely encounter Jews. And though people may hold crude stereotype views of Jews, you won't find much active hostility. The only parts of Australia where there is active hostility against Jews are those parts of Australia where there are a sizable number of Jews, chiefly in Sydney and Melbourne. So when people with intense in-group identities rub up against each other, they often provoke hatred and contempt and loathing that would not be there if they didn't interact with each other. So some people, they don't meet Jews, and so they don't have particularly intense feelings. But other people meet Jews, and those encounters generate positive, mixed, or negative reactions. So guess what? The behavior of Jews, the behavior of gays, the behavior of Christians and Catholics and Muslims, right? The behavior of every group will have some effect on how outsiders view them. So if you behave in a righteous way, if your group behaves in a righteous way, if you engage in behavior that is less threatening to other groups, you are less likely to provoke hatred.
And say, you know what, no American Jewish family should choose not to send their kids to a Jewish day school or to a Jewish camp or a gap year. I mean, the gap years to me, given what American Jews are facing on college campuses, if a college kid graduating high school, whether it's a Jewish day school or not, says, I want to spend a year in Israel studying, getting to know Israelis, getting to know my peers there who are about to start the army. Can you think of a better experience for...
Right, and they can do drugs, they can enjoy sexual promiscuity, it's not going to require a lot of self-discipline, self-abnegation, and you get to build Jewish identity, and you get to develop these Jewish warriors, and you can buy it, right? You can just purchase the problems that the Jewish community faces, right? The number one problem for the Jewish community, right, are the choices of Jews. The number one problem for the African-American community are the choices of African-Americans. The number one problem for the Mexican-American community are the choices of Mexican-Americans. Each group, primarily creates its own problems, and it is so exciting to imagine that the solution is that the tiny number of rich people in your group can simply purchase the solution, and there won't have to be very painful sacrifices made. Just so tempting.
For a Jewish student about to go into American college campus than that. And yet I know too many students who say, you're basically asking me to do a fifth year of student debt, right? And so again, and this stuff is so proven, like in terms of like if we...
So proven, guys, you can just